An Appreciation and Preface from David Wark Griffith, A Brief Sketch of His Career by Robert Edgar Long. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ChuckW. David Wark Griffith, A Brief Sketch of His Career. An Appreciation by Virginia Tracy. If you are a moving picture enthusiast, you realize the perfection of George Moore's statement, "The meaning of a great picture is in the heart. It speaks to an inner sense. Like flowers, it rises to the condition of music." George Moore was speaking, to be sure, of pictures made only out of paint, mere stills, so to speak, by Raphael or Botticelli. But there is nowhere to be found a truer suggestion of what the moving picture is. So if you come upon these lines just as you are trying to focus the moving picture's greatest protagonist, and there falls out of a drawer a scrap of newspaper torn evidently from some statesman's address to his public and saying, "The man who can, if I may so express it, think without language, think the common thoughts of humanity, is the man who will be the most serviceable in the immediate future," you will be justified in exclaiming, "Here's something I've found about David Wark Griffith." Because once you have the idea of a man who thinks the common thoughts of humanity, and thinks them in a medium more direct and persuasive than language, so that his meaning is already in your heart, touching like flowers some inner sense and rising, as it gives your emotion voice, to the condition of music, you have practically got what Mr. Griffith means as a maker of motion pictures. All the vastly more salient phases of him are subservient to this. It is true that in his infinite variety he means many different things to many different persons. To this one, the melodramatist of splendor and color. To another, the humorist. To his colleagues, perhaps, the first specialist in consummate picture acting, so that his actors have since lighted a great part of the photoplay sky with stars, or else as the pioneer in technical experiment, forever seeking out many inventions which, as fast as he goes, shouldering past each one to the next and the next, are snapped up as free gifts by the whole industry, and promptly appear upon 100 other screens than his. Then there is the public, specially eager for those fresh, engaging naturalisms known as Griffith touches, and again the public which sees, at the mention of his name, great battles, frenzied mobs like sculpture in thrilling motion, the charge and glitter and concussion of huge spectacles. But it is clearer and clearer as he goes on that these qualities are, after all, only the weapons by which his genius has fought its way to power. For his intrinsic value, his business in life, is dramatic revelation, pure and simple. His great secret is that inner sense is what lies hidden in the human heart. He can do this, of course, only through his profound, his truly religious sense of life. All life, not any particular layer or corner of it, is holy and exciting to him just because it is, or indeed ever has been, alive. Perhaps he never deliberately sets out to seek a subject. Some incident or legend takes his eye, the spirit of some place cries aloud for its own story, or out of the crowd, the expression of some face, the significance of some gesture strikes and irresistibly possesses his imagination. You feel nothing more plainly in his work than how his dramatic instinct, his dramatic wisdom, absorbs it until it has penetrated his whole force, and through the intensity of his sympathetic relation with it, it grows into a living thing. In trade patter, heart interest always is ear-splittingly clamored for. But there is no other producer who really ultimately, in fully charged sincerity and unfailing courage, cares for it as he does, or who has anything like his passionate sense of the sacredness of human beings and their right to happiness, nor yet anything like his tenderness for the variety of strange things that they are made of. He will show you the basest meanness of his very hero with a smile of tender triumph, as if he were saying, "Look at what we all have, more or less, in us, and yet look how, more or less, how glorious we are." For, faithful as he is to the little, no clamor about entertainment for the tired business man can make him neglect the great. He has that sort of belief in even the tiredest man, that he understands how the great may entertain him. He conceives through such warm familiarity with these greater issues that it is instinctive in him to emotionalize psychology, to make it move us through an intensity of dramatic symbolism which we do not stop to think of as symbolism, because it comes without words, speaking direct to our inner sense. When, as in many of his productions, he looks beyond what we call reality, and breaks through the veil between the seen and the unseen, his camera catches for us the very shadows of those tremulous tendrils which even the most earthbound of us do none the less gropingly put forth into the infinite. It is not only the great passions, but the great ideas of the world that he renders for us in flashes of vivid feeling, showing ideas to be passions too, and we are stirred as spontaneously as by music. To such a spirit, nothing human needs to be alien, and this spirit makes David Wark Griffith the unresting foe of commercial routine, that death noose ever threatening tighter about pictures. It makes him, among the anxiously smoothed conformers of the moving picture world, its great adventurer. Only an adventurer could excite in the ardent volunteers enlisting under his banner so immoderate a devotion that in their more self-indulgent moments they are almost capable of wishing the battle might turn against him, so that they might have the rapturous chance of fighting beside him in the last ditch. It is as an adventurer that he forever pushes forward through the jungle of mankind's emotions, whether conscious or subconscious, lifting his torch to observe simply whatever its light reveals, and translating for us, dramatically and spiritually, those moments which in their turn become the best of torches along our common road. He comes back to us, when he is at his best, with supreme news, the only news it is worth our while to listen to, news of the adventures of humanity on its way through the universe. Just after the production of Broken Blossoms, it was no ordinary director but the man who has come nearest to Griffith in visualizing spectacular splendor who said, "Well, let me tell you, when Griffith thinks of what the rest of us are satisfied to do, he must just sit by himself and laugh." But if you are heart and soul a moving picture enthusiast, then surely it must be you who laugh in sheer happiness. For surely, just before that radiant production, you were in a fair way to weep. Since then, more than one producer has successfully challenged fate. More than one triumph of beauty and of truth has followed where that led. Just before, the stereotyped and the mechanical, the shallow and the expensively cheap seemed engulfing pictures in a tidal wave of callous and deliberate mediocrity. The day has come when, if the enemies of pictures jibed at you, you could only hang your head. But from Broken Blossoms you came out with your head up. Your nose might have been a little swollen, and your eyelids an unbecoming tint, but you were a match for any enemy then. And if, after seeing Broken Blossoms, you caught sight of Mr. Griffith, not sitting alone and laughing to himself, but hurrying through the theater to the stage to congratulate his players, you said, away low to yourself, "Hail Caesar! We who were about to die have thought better of it. We who have taken heart to believe salute you." Preface. Griffith! Griffith! We want Griffith! The scene was the interior of George M. Cohan's Theater, Broadway and 43rd Street, New York, on the evening of May 13th, 1919. A punctilious blasé individual might have placed the time at 8 minutes before 8 o'clock. An audience distinguished by its representation of the highest social and professional life, and recklessly breaking every known regulation of the fire department by overcrowding all available seating and standing room, leaped into space, exalted, trembling, a bit hysterical perhaps, and demanded the appearance of the man who had thrilled them as they never had been thrilled before. For the better part of 2 hours, this audience had sat literally spellbound by what it had seen before it, overwhelmed by the mingling of tragedy and poetic beauty. Bodies weary and supine with the recurrent weight of life's rubbish had been quickened into hot, burning vigor by the throbbing and pitiful tale of tears told in lights and shadows on a silver sheet. As the last echo of Griffith ushered itself across the footlights, a man stepped from the wings. He was visibly affected by the splendid tribute. In a voice scarcely audible back of the 5th row, he tremblingly attempted to speak his appreciation. "I hope," he said, "that the tragedies and unhappiness of others depicted here might help all of us to forget our own little troubles." Anything else he might have said would have been lost in the din of cheers and applause and waving hats, which, taken as a cue by the orchestra conductor, brought forth the final strains of the musical accompaniment to Broken Blossoms, and the audience folded its wet handkerchiefs and issued forth. To say that a man, once an actor, now a producer, is over-modest is to invite the smile of unbelief. From the days of the strolling players, it has become an established adage of the theater that no actor can be modest. But David Wark Griffith is a modest man. Were he less an idealist and thinker and more a blusterer and braggart, he could by all right of conquest stand upon the housetops and proclaim, "The world of the motion picture is mine." What Rembrandt was to art, Edison to electricity, Morse to the telegraph, Marconi to the wireless, what Pasteur, what Dickens, what Molière, what Tolstoy, what Pierre Loti and Victor Hugo were or are in their respective relationships to progress and accomplishment, David Wark Griffith was and is to the art of the photoplay. He it was who discovered the world of the cinema, then trivial, insipid, and dull. He took hold of the motion picture at a time when it was used mostly as the tag-end of a vaudeville performance, and usually was greeted by the donning of overcoats and hats and a dash for the exits. It was but a hair-breadth advanced beyond a medicine show or a dime museum. It was provocative of the gape and the yawn and the stretching of limbs. In short, it was leniently tolerated, patiently endured. What Griffith did for this puny vagabond! But that is another part of our story. Known and admired among hundreds of millions of men, women, and little children, wherever motion pictures are shown, he is almost unknown to individuals. His personality is a mystery, and his work is as secret as a Black Hand Conference. That is why he has long been a mythic figure to the multitude, and his characteristics largely hearsay, ornamented with strange and contradictory comments and assumptions. On the day he first entered a motion picture studio, he disappeared from the world as a hermit from the multitude. Like the Arab, he folded his tent and quietly stole away. His schedule was the preparation of 7 motion pictures a week. 14 hours were the least he worked in one day, until a few months before he produced his first big success. His name never appeared on a single foot of film. Who is this man whose name has become familiar to the tongues of the world within 5 short years? Who has developed numberless stars in the luminous heaven of the theatrical world, and yet remains greater than any he has trained? Who never himself acts before the camera, yet makes of it the instrument of the artist? Griffith himself has been responsible for much of the mystery that surrounds him. His horror of egotism is perhaps his greatest outstanding characteristic. He cannot believe that the world is interested in him or his past, nor in any intimate information about his personality. Hence any attempt at an accurate biography of the man who created and produced such triumphs of the photoplay art as The Birth of a Nation, Intolerance, Hearts of the World, and Broken Blossoms, must in consequence be severely fragmentary and annoyingly detached. About myself, he will reply when asked for details, The public cannot care about that topic. You cannot improve upon what was once written about a man. He was born, he grew up, he slept a little, he ate a little, he worked a little, he laughed a little, he loved a little, and then he died. A less insistent biographer than the writer might have been satisfied with this philosophical dismission, but experience, gained through pleasant and admiring association, taught the lesson of perseverance and secured this meager story of his career. Facts remembered from conversations, a few more willingly contributed by other admirers, and not a small quantity copied from earlier interviews and appreciations, which latter aids have been duly acknowledged. End of an Appreciation and Preface. Chapter 1 of David Wark Griffith, A Brief Sketch of His Career, by Robert Edgar Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1 Boyhood Days. General Jacob Wark Griffith, Roaring Jake Griffith he was called, was an officer whose Confederate regiment never did surrender. The men simply and individually wandered to their homes as soon as Robert E. Lee had capitulated. The home to which General Griffith returned was in LaGrange, Kentucky, near Louisville. It was a fine old Southern home on a ragged edge of what had been a baronial plantation, the rest of it ripped away by the relentless hand of war. Roaring Jake. He earned the appellative because he never led his men in a charge without raising his voice to a height beyond the din of guns and combat, had something to be proud of in the matter of family stock. There was the ancestral prince, heir apparent to the throne of North Wales, whose father refused to continue to give Edward I of England the obedience and homage extorted from his sires. On the other side of the family tree, and in itself forming a particularly strong branch, was the tale of Lord Brayington, who rose with Monmouth and was able, like other noble and worthy gentlemen, to make his way to Virginia colony. The good wife of General Griffith was an Oglesby of Georgia, and back to her was the Shirley Carter clan. 8 children had blessed this union: Mattie, William Wark, Albert Lyndon, Annie, Jacob Wark Jr., Virginia, Ruth, and David Wark. While this narrative has to do chiefly with the last named of the Griffith clan, and next to the youngest, all the children had been nurtured on the same tender ideal that rank imposes obligation, that high birth and dignity go hand in hand with gentleness and kindness and love. The girls possessed those proud, sensitive natures that issue from Belgravian blood. The boys were worshippers of the flaming sword and paid homage to it as the weapon of freedom, honor, and the defense of the home. All the Griffith children were studious. Their father was a highly educated man, and the elder sister Mattie was a brilliant, cultured woman. She it was who gave her brothers and sisters their basic education, ever guided by the parents, under whose direction all studies and thoughts were toward the noble in life and the great in literature. Mattie found in her father an intellect that inspired her, and a character she adored. She never married because, as she herself explained, she never found a man equal to her father, and none of less quality ever would satisfy her as a husband. The mental infant foods on which the boy David Wark Griffith was sustained were provided through the tender care of Mattie Griffith. The early armor which education and culture compose was given to this slender, sensitive brother. And in the years that followed, when he ventured out on the sea of rocks through which he had to fight, he never bowed his head nor turned back. His stout heart had been warmed by the wisdom and unyielding courage imparted through the patient teaching of his sister. But life to the youthful Griffith was not all grammar, Latin declensions, and catechetic instruction. He was 100% boy. The same pranks so amusingly representative of boyhood in the characters of Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer found full and complete execution in David Griffith. He had one outstanding characteristic which distinguished him from his brothers. It was a reckless disregard for what he had termed in later life the inconsequential detail. It meant nothing to David that he got up in the morning and donned the first shirt of stockings or boots his eager hands discovered. Whose property they were became a secondary consideration, if considered at all. This innocent disregard for the ownership of personal apparel led to a justified and enthusiastically applied whipping in those days of real sport. David and his brother Albert had ignored repeated warnings by their mother against visiting the swimming hole without her knowledge and approval. In one of those frequent recesses observed in the regulations of a country school, David and Albert took advantage of 15 minutes of sunshine and shied themselves to the coveted spot. In the scamper to get to school, David, true to his occupied mind, jammed himself into Albert's underclothing, leaving his weeping brother on the bank with nothing to do but get on the inside of David's garments. That night, when the youngsters were preparing for bed, Mother Griffith discovered the change in vestments, and with the vision of the swimming hole looming large in her imagination, she applied the hickory stick with true Southern hospitality. But frequently the inconsequential detail proved a distinct advantage, as when, on a certain Saturday night, his playmate brother Albert returned home to delight his vanity and pride in the glory of a brand-new suit of store clothes, only to discover that David, to keep a tryst with fair Lady Love, had appropriated the suit and was at that very moment strutting about in the admiring presence of his beloved. Time and sleep heal many wounds, and joy cometh in the morning. For the next day Albert had quite forgotten to take his brother to task for borrowing his royal raiment, and even to this day David never has volunteered an apology. Now that the two brothers are in business together in New York, it may be that on some bright afternoon while motoring from the Longacre Building to the Griffith $1 Million Studios at Mamaroneck, Albert will turn to his illustrious relative and demand an explanation of the appropriated suit. That explanation will have to be deferred until such time as David Wark Griffith shall write his autobiography. Without any intention on the part of the present writer to prophesy an autobiography, it is quite safe to predict that one of the early chapters might run along something as follows. The first thing I remember is my father's sword. It was my toy. When I clamorously demanded amusement, Father would put on his gray coat, attach the epaulets of a Confederate general, and, clasping on his sword belt, would flash his elusive weapon, and thrust, parry, and riposte in all the darts and flings of quartet and tierce to entertain and awe me. That flaming, flashing spirit of the sword entered my child mind, filled my imagination, and satisfied my suspicion that my father was the greatest man in the world. The first time I saw that sword was when Father played a joke on Uncle Zeke, an old Negro, once his slave, but who, with the heads of 4 other Negro families, refused to leave the plantation. All those 4 families were mighty factors in keeping the Griffith family poor. Down south, the men usually wore their hair rather long. Uncle Zeke, who in better days had been the plantation barber, had been taken to Louisville and had seen Northern men with their closely cropped hair. When he came back, he got hold of my brother Albert and made him look like a typhoid fever convalescent. When Father saw my brother's head, just 1 degree removed from a billiard ball, he went into the house, donned the old uniform, buckled on his sword and pistols, and had the Negro summoned. Then, drawing the deadly weapon, he went through the technical cuts and thrusts and slashes, threatening the while to cut the darky up into mincemeat. Old Zeke was scared pale, and I was taking it seriously myself, until a wink and a smile from Father enlightened me. So the sword remains the first memory I have of existence. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of David Wark Griffith, A Brief Sketch of His Career, by Robert Edgar Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Lawrence Griffith, Actor. At the tremendously important age of 6 years, when most boys are planning to be circus riders or to own an elephant as large as Jumbo, to drive a team of reindeers or own a candy store, D.W. Griffith determined to be a writer. It was my first and last ambition, he declares, until fate guided my footsteps into the motion picture studio. His father's sword and its early influence, his father's noble career, his many wounds — he was almost shot to pieces — imparted a martial trend to the boy's character. But there was no war at hand, and little prospect of an impending one. Hence, the scholarly atmosphere of his home absorbed the desire for mortal combat, and became responsible for his inclination to become a great man of letters. Then, too, General Griffith had but a few months before answered the last great call, and the sword and sheath that had been a constant inspiration had been packed away in a bed of faded flowers, never again to demonstrate the force of arms. As soon as he was big enough, the youthful David began a personally conducted tour of life. In the autumn of 1898, he went to Louisville and secured a job as reporter for the Courier-Journal. He did not meet Marse Henry Watterson then, although many times he tried to do something to merit the attention of the great editor. He was put to work writing notes about theatrical matters. This position, together with a night police assignment and a general search for news, directed his ambitions toward becoming a dramatist. I received emphasis for that ambition, he says, on seeing a theatrical performance for the first time. In it was Pete Baker, who sang America's national game. Then I saw Julia Marlowe and Robert Tabor in Romola. That settled everything. I was to be a great dramatist. First, it was necessary to secure some reliable advice, so I called on the manager of the Meffert Stock Company, then playing at Masonic Temple, and unfolded to him my scheme of life. He approved it thoroughly and solemnly, but he explained to me that no man ever could write a good play unless he became an actor. He cited Shakespeare and Molière, Dion Bouchot and Augustus Thomas, and as he was an authority, I accepted his advice, and then and there broke a universal time-honored rule in our family by becoming an actor. Partly to shield his mother and brothers and sisters, and partly because he felt that the name David was not to be compared to those of Edwin, Dion, Melbourne, Augustus, and others equally fantastic, he adopted the Christian name of Lawrence. The presence in Louisville of Thomas Coffin Cook, actor and stage director, gave Griffith his first opportunity to trod the boards. Mr. Cook was at the same time producing The District School for a local charity, and Griffith applied to him for a part. Without any reflection on either the appearance or mental equipment of the youthful aspirant to footlight honors, he was assigned the role of the dunce. Griffith's delight knew no bounds. Had he been cast for the hind legs of a chimpanzee, he would have been just as happy as an understudy who had been afforded his first opportunity to play the star part. Whether it was because he had so completely absorbed the character in hand, or whether the stage manager had an uncanny insight into his fitness for the part, Lawrence Griffith went down in ignominious defeat in the reading of his one and only line. Over and over again he had memorized it. The breeze from the lake blows chilly tonight. Either the sudden change from David to Lawrence or the tightening influence of the adhesive grease paint caused him to blurt out in sonorous tones, "The lake from the breeze blows chilly tonight." But fortune had smiled his sweetest smile on those who blunder innocently. Her messenger in this instance was Adolphe Lestina, the heavy man of the Meffert Stock Company, who happened to be in the audience the afternoon The District School was presented, and who saw in the young actor's blunder only the fine physique of the man who had committed it, whose finely attuned ear heard in the awkwardly read speech only the beautiful tones back of it. Lestina, whose genius and intellectual powers, while truly great, were secondary to his good breeding and human sympathy, immediately sought Griffith to congratulate him on his excellent voice and encouraged him in any way he could. "Don't let a mistake worry you," admonished Lestina. "You'll make your mark in the world, and I'm going to live to see it." When, a few weeks later, Lawrence Griffith was accepted as a member of the Meffert Stock Company, Lestina took him into his own dressing-room and personally looked after his welfare, taught him the art of make-up, and in various ways helped him to achieve his histrionic honors. Less than a score of years have passed since then, and the actor who placed the hand of encouragement on the shoulder of young Lawrence is now a player in the companies of David Wark Griffith, in whose epochal production Hearts of the World he enacted the role of the old French grandfather. The first play in which Griffith appeared with the Meffert Company was The Lights o' London, in which he was given the part of Old Man Marks. His associate players at the time included, in addition to Adolphe Lestina, Anne McGregor, Arthur Livingston, Kate Tonocray, Edmund Day, who later wrote The Roundup, Oscar Eagle, stage director and leading man, and Esther Lyons, leading woman. Griffith remained with the Meffert Stock Company throughout its season at Masonic Temple, but his salary was so small he was compelled to seek work on the side, as he terms it. Therefore, the townspeople who patronize Stewart's dry goods store might have observed that the regular elevator boy never was on duty Wednesday and Saturday afternoons. Had they cared to investigate these semi-weekly disappearances, they might have discovered an energetic youth making a wild dash from the employees' exit of the Stewart store through the most direct highways leading to the stage door of the Masonic Temple, and the time would have been about 1:30 p.m., or just 45 minutes before the curtain was due to ascend on the matinee performance. Employers have a cruel way of demanding full and complete attendance on the part of their workers, which may or may not have been responsible for Lawrence Griffith's change of employment from Stewart's dry goods emporium to Flexner's stationery store. In any event, the distance from the latter place to the stage entrance did not require so much time to cover, and the double employment was manipulated with less difficulty thereafter. The exigencies of the stake seldom permit of permanent residence, and soon Larry Griffith found himself a member of the ranks of the strolling players, whose travels familiarized him with the precise definition of barnstorming, sticks, tanks, wild goose, one-nighters, and eats, although the latter was rendered less familiar by its infrequency and the considerable distances between its appearance. What the road meant to Larry Griffith is perhaps best recounted by himself. My first engagement was with John Griffith. The identical name caused me to change my former nom de plume, as well as my family name. I greatly resented the relinquishing of my entire identity, and so we compromised by the reinstatement of my proper Christian name, and the adoption of another surname to prevent the overcrowding of the profession with too many Griffiths. Hence, as an actor with John Griffith's company, I was programmed as David Brayington, thereby managing to keep a hold on at least one founder of the American Griffiths. Among other plays in the repertory of the John Griffith troupe was the drama of Faust. As near as I got to being a character in this play was a member of a quartet singing off stage. But John Griffith was not always to keep my light under a bushel. In a few months I obtained another engagement, this time with Ada Gray's traveling company on her farewell tour. Here I was permitted to play a wide range of parts, among them that of the clergyman in Trilby and Francis Lewison in East Lynne. I wasn't 20 then, and I was paid the magnificent salary of $8 a week, and cakes, the cakes being vernacular for meals. Rhys Prosser, the minstrel tenor, was a member of this aggregation, and used to sing songs between the acts. Following this engagement, I appeared with the Memphis Stock Company on tour, playing the part of the Italian in The Three Musketeers, which I committed to memory in 3 days' notice. Of course, there were other parts, but I have forgotten them. Later I joined Walker Whiteside on his tour through Iowa, which probably accounts for my lack of sympathy with Iowa ideas. It isn't all so long ago, yet I played 1 season with Helen Ware before she was discovered, and then with J.P. Dodson as Dumapré to his Richelieu, and was given a good notice by Alan Dale. This confirmed my suspicion that I was quite a good actor, which opinion must have been shared by Mr. Dodson, for he increased my salary. Then came a season with Nance O'Neill in Shakespeare and Ibsen in Boston. The reviewers gave me splendid praise, but of course Shakespeare and Ibsen couldn't be adversely criticized in Boston. And reviewers are not always over-perceptive. There was a week when I played with Miss O'Neill and McKee Rankin at Mason Opera House in Los Angeles. My part was that of Magda's preacher lover. But when Rankin was taken ill on the opening night, I was thrown into his part of the father. I stuffed out my clothes and went through the performance with no change of name on the program. The next morning's papers had the most eulogistic reviews of Mr. Rankin's thoroughly artistic acting, and the world looked very brilliant to me that day. By this time, Lawrence Griffith was appearing on the programs again, the David Brangton having served its purpose in maintaining the dignity and fame of John Griffith. An old program of the Mason Opera House, dated January 29th, 1906, reads, America's greatest tragedian, Miss Nance O'Neill, in Elizabeth a Tragedy in 5 acts, by Paola Giacometti. Down the list of characters is found Sir Francis Drake, played by Mr. Lawrence Griffith. More information on the stage career of the then Lawrence Griffith might be told were Griffith himself not penalized by modesty. However, many testimonials at hand vouch for his unquestioned ability. The actors who knew him when he was a talkie agree that his work was exceptionally clever. Most of them qualify it by the term original, which in the parlance of the stage means that an actor has brains. James Neal, who used to be a dramatic stock king in Illinois, in those days when Chicago was still spoken of as a western city, once employed Griffith. It was in one of the Neal stock companies, in that period known as the Neal Alhambra stock. On a visit to this particular company, Mr. Neal discovered a noticeably good Abraham Lincoln in the cast of The Ensign. It had been the custom not to give Lincoln any lines to speak, it being thought that the public would resent any attempt to parade Lincoln as far as really acting on the stage for public entertainment at a price. Therefore the part was kept strictly in pantomime. So pronounced was the acting of Lincoln that Mr. Neal asked his stage director, Oscar Eagle, about the young actor, and he told him he was a rather bright young fellow named Griffith. "What salary are we paying him?" asked Neal. $15, replied Eagle. "Make it 18, instructed the proprietor. Years after, when Griffith's name had become a household word throughout the width and breadth of the land, his former employer met him. "That was a pretty poor salary we paid you," he apologized. It was a very good salary, Griffith assured him, for I needed it tremendously, and it was much more than I was worth then. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of David Wark Griffith, A Brief Sketch of His Career, by Robert Edgar Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Traveling Salesman. Any experienced newspaperman will verify the fact that usually there is more real drama to be found in the seemingly commonplace than in the spectacularly prominent. That is why the man in the trenches is usually more interesting than the general in his headquarters. That is why the story of Rudyard Kipling running up and down the stairs of newspaper offices in San Francisco, trying to sell sheets of the manuscript of Tales of the Hills and Mulvaney stories, is vastly more entertaining than any account of his present life. And that is why the story of David Wark Griffith's experiences as a book agent is equally as interesting as any tale of his triumphs of the present day, when he is referred to as America's supreme dramatic genius. The human body is so organized that it requires quite as much sustenance in summer as it does in winter. The actor whose season begins in September and ends in April either has to be fortified with a snug bank account or accept a summer stock company engagement for that between-seasons period running from May to September. In lieu of these advantages, he is forced to seek such other means of support as may save him from debt and calamity. As Larry Griffith had neither a bank account nor a summer stock engagement to take the place of his regular theatrical season, he sailed forth on the choppy sea of canvassing. There are occupations better suited to the soothing of proud spirits than that of a book agent, but here are few that are comparable to it in the acquiring of patience and endurance. If you know your Louisville, Kentucky, you will know that the Baptist Book Concern is, or was, on the corner of 3rd and Jefferson Streets. From this headquarters, the David Wark Griffith of today started off on his mission of convincing the countryside of its need of the Baptist Weekly. In order to have 2 arguments instead of 1, he also packed in his grip a specimen prospectus of the Encyclopedia Britannica, so that should he fall down on the religious argument, he might plead the cause of education. He did not secure many subscriptions, nor did he sell encyclopedias fast enough to start the printing presses going on another edition. But even an occasional sale carried a very fat commission, and enabled him to pack a meal ticket along with his sample bindings, and to travel in railroad cars instead of underneath them on a brake beam. Griffith had his customers trained to report any information that might lead to another sale, and there was seldom a day when Cousin Tom didn't ask Brother Dick to tell Uncle Harry that he heard Cy Jenkins tell of a man down near the county courthouse who was looking for the representative of the Encyclopedia Britannica. One of these instances, which is told by Griffith himself, illustrates the resiliency of his mind, for he has remembered every detail of the country and every incident leading up to his close of the sale. My man lived in a country of pork and sides diet. I had been through a hard, grinding school of ups and downs, and it had taught me to think before acting. Knowing the value put on fresh meat in that region, I expanded quite a sum from my resources and bought a lot of good, juicy steaks. I could have used those stakes myself. But business is business, and strategy is strategy. In a buggy, with my bundle of stakes and my sample bindings and specimen pages, I started one evening for my man. There were no roads thereabout, and a coming storm did not add to my comfort. Then the rain came, and in the downpour my buggy was upset. We were bogged, and my poor old horse was not extricated until more than an hour of effort had passed. Finally, while driving through a dense woods, a hungry panther dropped from a tree to the seat beside me, and I dropped out of that buggy as though it had been a trapdoor. The beast had sniffed the odor of the steaks. It was a battle royale while it lasted, but with the aid of a wet club I sent a wicked right to the jaw, and the panther went down for the count. I drove on through the blinding storm until the farmer's house was reached. My prospect gave me shelter for the night without the least suspicion that he was housing a mighty hunter of men, and one who was armed with a most tempting and appetizing argument. For breakfast, I offered my steaks as an accompaniment to the black coffee, cornbread, and treacle. Before lunch, I had made my sale. This incident invariably will put Griffith in a reminiscent mood, and he will tell of how its experiences as a canvasser served only to whet his literary appetite. He felt that, as a preparatory study, before he could hope to have the world of letters at his feet, it might be useful to know a little more about certain phases of life commonly unfamiliar. He had made a living with his Baptist Weekly and his Encyclopedia Britannica, and had sent some money home. This was especially gratifying, since he had taken a formidable oath when he struck out for himself that never would he ask for help from those he had left behind. His search for that particular phase of life which would give him atmosphere for his writings brought him an adventure as illuminating as it was unusual. This was one of choice, he explains. There was no financial need spurring me to ride over the rough spots in the highway of existence. A comfortable sum of a few $100s had been accumulated by occasional good fortune, and my duties toward those at home had been met. To be a puddler in a foundry, to do the real mustache-stretching work, and to mingle with the men who did such work was my ambition, and naturally I went to Tonawanda. I didn't work at puddling first, but at shoveling ore out of a ship's hold into the crane buckets. There was no union restrictions as to hours, and the pay was not by the day but by the piece. So much money for every ton of ore shoveled. It was good enough pay, so good that if a man would work until he dropped, he could pick up $20 or so at a piece. Men would shovel down in that grimy, stuffy hold until they dropped where they stood from utter exhaustion. Then they would be chucked into one of the steel buckets, hoisted to the flank and flung to one side, to come to or to go to, as the strength of their heart decided. It was not long before I found myself capable of shoveling ore for 20 hours at a stretch. Under the system, that work probably was the hardest in the world. For young men, it was healthful and body-building, but to the older ones it was weakening. I will admit it was a strange lesson in humanity and labor, but I believe it gave me inspiration, which, although I never wore the laurel wreath of literature, have served me in good stead through a different form of expression, and one quite as effective. That oar-shoveling was mighty good for me. I feel the benefit of it every day I live. It gave me physical resiliency, fortitude, determination, to go all the way through with a given ambition. And it gave me some little muscle, which has been of particular value to me on many occasions. What phase of life is not good for a man who will use it for good? Elevator boys, actors, canvassers, puddlers, writers, all of us are alike in our souls. It was in meeting and studying and knowing all manner of men that David Wark Griffith derived his most useful education. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of David Wark Griffith, A Brief Sketch of His Career, by Robert Edgar Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Poet and Playwright. It is a safe wager that any man with a Duke of Wellington nose can be relied on for courage and confidence. David Griffith's experiences as a book agent, strategist, iron puddler, and knight of the road never for a moment eclipsed the golden sun of literary ambition that burned its rays into his heart. Before again taking up his theatrical work, he had managed to write a number of verses, essays, and a story or two. One of his poems he sent to Leslie's Weekly. It was called The Wild Duck, and Leslie bought it and paid the embryonic poet the tidy sum of $35. "Ah!" exclaimed Griffith, "this is the one day of my life." The Wild Duck was a serious poem, but its author denies it was written because he was hungry. He was in New York when the poem appeared in Leslie's, and he bought a copy of the magazine and entered a subway train, so that should he feel a sudden impulse to shout for joy, his exultation would be drowned by the noise of the trains. "I read the verses carelessly," he says, trying to register indifference. Then I folded the magazine with a gesture of nonchalance and endeavored to appear absorbed in the virtues of Doan's kidney pills, Sloane's liniment, and Sapolio. But my eyes wouldn't behave, and I had to direct them from the advertisements to my fellow passengers, only to discover that everyone was looking at me and trying to discover the cause of my flushed face and the Cheshire grin. I couldn't stand it. I was convinced that everyone knew I had written that poem. I got out of the train at Brooklyn Bridge, crossed over to the uptown track, and returned north, this time entering the train reading my magazine to cover self-consciousness. I scanned the table of contents with the indifference of a matinee girl, but the only thing I could see was The Wild Duck. There it was, as big as an elephant, and utterly dwarfing everything else on the list of contents. And there, in type, flaming at me in letters of fire, was my name, my very own name, David Wark Griffith. That settled it. There would be no more acting. I would immediately take my place along with Tennyson, Bryant, and Longfellow. That very night I sent another poem to McClure's. It came back. You will have to pardon me, for a poet must be proud. It came back, but with it there was a note from Colonel McClure explaining that the committee of 5 editors had voted 3-2 against it. But would I be good enough to send in some more? I did not. Instead, I wrote a play. The play. I called it A Fool and a Girl. I was convinced it was a good play. In fact, I admitted it. And I took it to James K. Hackett, who read it and liked it. I say this now in self-defense. "My boy," said Hackett, "this is one of the best plays I have ever read. I'll produce it." The day of my first poem was as nothing. I was supremely happy. Until I met Mr. Hackett's stage manager. He read the play, censored it, revised it, changed a character here and there, cut out speeches and inserted others, and, in various masterful ways, improved it. It was produced and was a failure. I knew it was the fault of the stage director, and so I asked my good friend, Wilfred Lucas, to read it. He did so, but as always refrained from telling me what he thought of it. But it was good training while that play was being put on. I lost my temper several times a day, and 20 pounds of flesh. A Fool and a Girl proved the turning points in Griffith's career. It happened quite casually, as most turning points do, but it proved to be a genuine event in the light of future developments. He left New York and went to Chicago. With a friend, he was leisurely strolling through this street and that, with no particular purpose. The friend suggested a picture show. As Griffith had never seen one, the suggestion was accepted. Here is Griffith's first impression of a moving picture. It was a weary, dull affair, exactly what I have forgotten. But my friend liked it greatly. I found it silly, tiresome, and inexcusably tedious. It was in no way worthwhile, and I considered the time wasted. But there was one feature of the show which did not escape the appraising eye of the man who was to produce The Birth of a Nation. Griffith commented on the great interest the audience evinced. It made him think. It seemed that a thing which could attract the public, as that picture, did merit a more human and artistic touch. As he passed from the theater and through the outer lobby, he marveled at the long line of people anxiously waiting for their turn to buy a ticket. That night, the faces of the interested audience and the line of ticket buyers stuck in his mind, and unconsciously he began to turn the scenes over and over in his thoughts. Without the least sense of egotism, he began to think that possibly he could write a better story than the one he had followed so disinterestedly but a few hours before. He thought of the possibility for improvement in the acting, in the settings, in the logical sequence of events, in the clarity of the photography itself. The feeling that you can do something perhaps a little better than it is being done stimulates interest until it becomes acute. Griffith remained in Chicago only long enough to write his own conception of what a moving picture story should be. He went to New York and took it to the Edison studio. He was given a receipt for it and told he would receive an answer. "So far as I know," he says, "it is still there. I've never heard anything from it since." Several notable philosophers have attributed success to the faculty of saying no. It is true no has saved thousands of dollars, and an equally number of cases of delirium tremens. But by the same token, the hasty negative, especially when in answer to creative affairs, also has lost a few fortunes. Had Eugene Walters heeded the no's that year after year greeted his paid in full, he never would have had it produced. Had Bayard Taylor not listened to the no's and refused to sell his Within the Law, he would have been several hundred of thousands of dollars better equipped to prepare for his next big success. Had Samuel Shipman listened to the no's, he and his collaborator Aaron Hoffman never would have lived to see their friendly enemies, the dramatic triumph of New York and Chicago. A record of the no's that have been hurled at the timid souls, whose genius was greater than their fortitude, would of its own bulk overflow a volume of greater dimension than this. But there always is some modest, unobtrusive producer or publisher whose simple faith is greater than the Norman blood of those nincompoops who bask in the exclusiveness of their walnut partitions. Had the late Mrs. Phoebe Hearst merited comparison to the latter class, one of the America's greatest dramatists, Richard Walton Tully, never would have been heard from. But for Mrs. Hearst's motherly interest, an interest that went from her heart to her pocketbook, Tully's record of dramatic achievements might never have included The Bird of Paradise, Omar the Tentmaker, The Masquerader, etc. Nor would the American public have had the opportunity to see the beloved Sidney Drew on the speaking stage in all the brilliance of his conquest, when for a brief season, before his lamentable death, he appeared under Mr. Tully's direction in Keep Her Smiling. The history of the Edison official who filed the Griffith scenario without so much as the courtesy of an acknowledgment would make interesting reading. He probably was among those no's who say, "It ain't no good nohow." But Griffith followed his Duke of Wellington nose back to his hall bedroom and wrote another scenario. This he submitted to the Biograph Company, No. 11 East 14th Street. They gave him $15 for it and asked him to call again. That call again proved to be more prophetic than figurative, for destiny opened the door of the Biograph to Griffith, and it never was closed on him until he shut it behind him and entered those wider, more dynastic portals that lead to supreme effort and immortal fame. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of David Wark Griffith, A Brief Sketch of His Career, by Robert Edgar Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, The Door of Fame. Griffith's determination to conquer the world of the motion picture caused him to seek immediate employment within the walls of a studio. He knew that direct contact was the only solution to his problem. The $15 he received from the Biograph Company disappeared into the eager hands of his landlady Shylock, who reluctantly allowed him to keep enough to save. The embarrassment of dodging his laundryman and to afford the luxury of a meal ticket to replace the one that had by this time become a soiled, porous plaster. His wanderings from studio to studio happily brought him to the Calum headquarters, and to Frank Marion. "I want a job as scenario writer, actor, or director," said Griffith. "What experience have you had?" asked Marion. Griffith's mind leaped back to the barnstorming days, to the Baptist Weekly, the Encyclopedia Britannica, and the iron puddling, but none of them seemed appropriate as credentials in the world of art. "I have ideas," he answered. But Marion couldn't see the ideas were of any special value, and shrugged his shoulders in pantomimic indication of nothing doing. As the young applicant was about to leave, he turned with his customary courtesy to say good day, and the quickly perceptive eye of Marion got a glimpse of the Wellington nose and the Lincoln forehead. "What are your ideas?" he inquired satirically. It was here that Griffith got in his fine work, with all the subtlety of the tenderloin steaks he had employed to sell the encyclopedia down in the hills of Kentucky. He talked with inherited force and conviction. There must have been something of the spirit of his father's flaming sword in his argument, for Marion went down to defeat, and Griffith was hired on the spot. Had Marion hesitated a minute, there is a probability that the young man from Kentucky never would have been referred to as the fellow who put a roof over the head of every movie man in the country. But that, too, is another story. Frank Marion was a man who looked ahead. True, there was no opening at the Calum studio, but as Marion was the owner of a small block of stock in a company down on 14th Street, a company which he believed stood sadly in need of new ideas and new blood, he sent Griffith there in the hope that the good action would serve to water his stock. And it did. A few months after Griffith's foot had been placed on the bottom rung of the Biograph ladder at No. 11 East 14th Street, the company's stock, off the boards entirely, jumped to $300 a share. It is not recorded whether Marion cashed in on his holdings, but it is to be hoped he did, for thousands have been cashing in on Griffith ever since. In view of all that the young beginner was to do before he outgrew the Biograph, his reception was anything but cordial. Relentlessly, Griffith stuck to the work assigned him, that of scenario writer. Occasionally he was allowed to act, as an extra, for which he received $5 a day. But within him there was burning the ambition to become a director. He yearned to do the thing that others had not done, to put beauty and poetry into the films. With the single constant recurrence that causes a single drop of water to wear away the mightiest rock, the persistency of Griffith won him the grudgingly bestowed authority to direct a picture. His first effort was The Adventures of Dolly, by S.E.V. Taylor, a one-reel picture. They all were at the time, which in its simple little story was not considered superior to what had gone before. At the time Griffith took hold of The Adventures of Dolly, the Biograph was issuing only 15 copies or prints of any picture. The Biograph was issuing only 15 copies or prints of any picture produced. Dolly at once jumped this record to 25, and the members of the Anvil chorus around the studio began to rub their eyes. There must have been some reason other than Griffith to merit the sudden increase in the Biograph output, and so the Hammer Brigade started in to discover it. It soon became the general verdict that Dolly was different. This different picture was diagnosed variantly as stupid, colorless, flippant, crude, and, but as a few of the self-appointed critics could go beyond 2 syllables, the consensus of opinion brought in a verdict of rotten. The management decided to give Dolly the acid test of private showing to a select number of favored exhibitors. The judgment on the studio was upheld. The all-wise jury of exhibitors said it did not look good to them. There was something in it they had never seen before, and which, therefore, must be, as previously defined, rotten. We will let the reader into our confidence here and explain that the something contained in the picture was intellect. Naturally, the studio rabble did not recognize it. The executives failed to observe it. And how could the exhibitors identify it? But the public! How stupid of all of them not to have realized that the dear public, if given time, always knows. To save its production money, Dolly was released to the exhibitors, and presto! Requests began to pour in for more films like that Dolly stuff. In the interim, Griffith was being laughed at throughout the Biograph building as the man who had made a lucky hit in spite of his ignorance. But the public prevailed. Dolly had brought the Griffith brain to its haven. He was made a Biograph fixture, and his life work was begun. This was in 1908. In many respects, The Adventures of Dolly tells the whole story of Griffith. For the same inventive genius that found expression in that picture has ever since been penetrating the murky atmosphere of shallow conventionality. The intellect, energy, and method of Griffith, during his association with the Biograph Company, created, perfected, and introduced such innovations as the close-up, the switchback, the fade-out, the long shot, mist photography, and other inventions and developments then considered nothing short of madness. In other words, practically all of the tools employed to make motion pictures what they are today were created by Griffith during these years with the Biograph. Had Griffith patented his inventions and controlled them for his own productions, he would have become one of the richest men in the world. Instead, he gave these tools freely to the art to which he had devoted his life, demanding no tribute from his imitators, satisfied to be ever doing something new. This very unselfishness on his part has permitted the motion picture as an art to improve with such strides that today it has been acclaimed the 8th art, or the immediate follower of architecture, music, painting, literature, sculpture, drama, and dancing. Take, for example, the close-up. This was one of Griffith's first inventions, and was employed by him as a sort of bludgeon to hammer home to the audience the emphasis he wanted. The first tryout of the close-up was a complete failure, and caused no end of jeers. The Biograph players were accustomed to acting as people do on the stage, maintaining distance as the stories seemed to demand. Imagine their surprise one morning when Griffith decided to change this order of things. "What's the good of this?" asked Griffith. "I want to see your faces, not your feet." And then he marked new limit lines on the floor and had the players stand so close to the camera that it seemed to them the result certainly would look foolish. Griffith's photographer agreed with the players, and calmly informed him it was folly, that it couldn't be done, and it was a waste of valuable time and film to go ahead with such an idea. But Griffith insisted, in his pleasant way, and the camera was focused so that all the legs were cut off. In his attempt to get the desired result, he misjudged the distance, and when the scene was shown in the projection room, the heads of the players did not show at all. Griffith laughed heartily. Perhaps if you recall some actors' heads you have seen on the screen, you will agree that there was a certain significance in that laugh. However, Griffith was not discouraged, and when he tried again he succeeded in getting the large close-up view of the players' heads, thus gaining the full expression he had sought. When the completed picture was shown to the officials of the Biograph, they at once decided there had been some accident in the projection. It was whispered that the scenes were out of focus, but later, when the faces grew larger and larger until every pore of the skin could be seen, the twitching of the facial muscles, the almost hidden glint of the eyes, revealing amazing currents of emotion, every man in the room was overwhelmed by the power of the thing before him. And still, Griffith was not satisfied. He wanted suspense, something that would enable an audience to follow a story accurately and at the same time preserve in the mind certain important scenes that had gone before. It was then that he created the switchback, or cutback, as it is now more familiarly known, throwing on the screen a previous scene directly connected with the present action. Griffith discovered that the switchback could be used in a dozen different ways, thus transforming the entire procedure of picture-making, and creating the first real challenge to the speaking stage for supremacy in dramatic art. As soon as he had become satisfied with this development, he turned his attention to the awkward, sudden jumping of the players in and out of a scene, much as though they had been pulled by a string or lifted from their feet with all the abruptness of Punch and Judy or their brother marionettes. To correct this annoyance, he devised the fade-out, the slow dissolving of the figures as delicately and poetically as twilight dies into the night. This combined with nice accuracy the utmost of realism with the ultimate of idealism. The limitations under which he worked at the Biograph did not permit of the development of the long shot, until he was given wider scope for the unfolding of this creation. Those who had been privileged to see his The Birth of a Nation and Hearts of the World can better appreciate the beauty of the long shot. The employment of a special distance lens to show figures in the far off, giving the range of a bird's-eye view, as from a great tower. Griffith's mist photography, which only today is coming into general use, was introduced during his latter years with the Biograph. Its effect is as beautiful as though a rose petal had been used for a lens, and a fairy goddess had touched the screen and delicately sprayed it with ethereal mystic vapors. So, whether it be the slow character development in pastoral stories, or studies in psychology, or thrilling dramas of life and action, all the remarkable changes have been carefully thought out and every new step has had its advance construction. For Griffith has a faculty of doing nothing hastily, nothing on the spur of the moment. And when we see the splendid work that stands as a rock foundation under every production by the master, we must realize that much of it was worked out in those old Biograph days, and in the face of tremendous opposition. It is an established fact that practically all the tools now employed in making motion pictures are the inventions of Griffith. Griffith, the man who dared to succeed in spite of his ignorance. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of David Wark Griffith, A Brief Sketch of His Career, by Robert Edgar Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Early Biograph Days. The Adventures of Dolly paved the way for a series of photoplays that startled the film world into a sudden awakening. It blazed the trail for bigger and finer things, and established Griffith as the most eminent director in the profession. But Griffith's paths were not the flower-strewn lanes usually associated with men of achievement. It has been said, a man may realize the high standards of his success by the number of enemies he creates. By this criterion, the numerical strength of the Griffith opponents might have compared favorably with the potency of the United States Standing Army. This man Griffith will ruin the whole industry by his silly stunts, came from rival producers who visited the Biograph studio. You are queering our business, was the statement from the committee of exhibitors. Our patrons are beginning to think this fellow Griffith is the only man who knows how to make pictures, and they won't fall for the other stuff. Get him to make his pictures like the others do. As the money was coming in faster every day, the answer from the Biograph officials generally was to the effect that the company would take a chance. If Griffith spelled ruin, the management could stand a lot more of the same kind of disaster. And Griffith went on making pictures, greater, more transcendent pictures than even he realized were possible. So zealously did the Biograph guard the mystery surrounding the players in Griffith's pictures that, for fear other concerns might tempt them away, no names were allowed to be published. Even Griffith's name never appeared on any of his pictures. Mary Pickford, one of the first players discovered and trained by Griffith, was not known to the outside world by any other name than Little Mary, an affectionate title bestowed upon her by a devoted public. Not even the distinction of being known by face was Griffith's right. It is extremely doubtful whether a single motion picture patron in those days knew there was a man named Griffith producing the startlingly new and novel pictures crowding the theaters throughout the country. But Griffith was content to go on discovering talent and training it in the right direction. And what talent! A roster of the old Biograph looks today like a who's who of filmdom. There was Mary Pickford and her brother and sister, Jack and Lottie, Robert Heron, then a property boy, but now one of Griffith's bright particular stars, Lillian and Dorothy Gish, mere kiddies then, neighbors and playmates of Mary Pickford, who brought them to Griffith. Blanche Sweet, Marion Leonard, now retired and married to S.E.V. Taylor, William and Thomas Jefferson, Raoul Walsh, Arthur Johnson, who has passed the beyond, leaving a record as one of the greatest actors who ever walked before a camera. Owen Moore, Mae Marsh, Florence Lawrence, Dorothy Bernard, Henry B. Walthall, Alice Joyce, Mabel Normand, Miriam Cooper, Charles Ensley, Lionel Barrymore, Courtney Foote, Kate Bruce, James Kirkwood, Mary Alden, Hattie Dolero, Harry Carey, George Nichols, Spottiswoode Aiken. The list might continue infinitely with the names of those whose brilliance has lighted the heavens of the photoplay world. There were Donald Crisp, Del Henderson, Edward DeLora, Mack Sennett, Frank Powell, W. Christie Caban. Their knowledge of directing has developed from the lessons learned under Griffith. And what productions! True, not especially notable if judged by the standards of today, but in their own little city of endeavor. They were the Woolworth Building of the Biograph, the Washington Monument of 14th Street. There were The Red Man and the Child, with Mary Pickford, An Unseen Enemy, with Lillian and Dorothy Gish, Ingomar, with Florence Lawrence, When Pippa Passes, The Blot on the Scutcheon, Enoch Arden, Fighting Blood, Friends, A Mender of Nets, The Sealed Room, Silent Paths, The Sands of Dee, A Drunkard's Reformation, Taming of the Shrew, Lines of White of a Sullen Sea, That Boy from the Poorhouse, For the Sake of the Son of the House, The Fatal Wedding, Classmates, Lena and the Geese, All on Account of the Milk, With the Enemy's Help, Oil and Water. The list seems inexhaustible. Many half-reel pictures there were. Those were the days of 2 pictures a week, and it was something of a struggle to get them out, especially at a time when nearly everyone was calling the master director an idiot. Not only calling, but actually believing. And then came Judith of Bethulia, with Blanche Sweet. This was Griffith's first lengthy picture. It was, shades of Intolerance and Hearts of the World, a 4-reel production. What a commotion it caused! One actor came rushing into the office of J.J. Kennedy, president of the Biograph, and, hysterical with excitement, shouted, "What do you know about this? I was working in a scene directed by that blankety-blank Griffith, and he sent out and had a piano wheeled out onto the stage with a pianist to play for us. Said it would help us. He's a fool." Of course Griffith was a fool, just as William James was a fool in daring to think that music would assist acting in its psychological effect. No one dreamed he would get any results from his experiment, just as no one expected a 4 or 5-reel picture, much less a 12-reel such as The Birth of a Nation. Neither did Griffith dream it. He knew. All producers know it now, and all registering of emotion usually has its accompaniment of instrumental or vocal music. The very finest artists are engaged for this work, which is considered one of the most valuable aids to the picture in expressing the spirit and feeling of a given mood, whether it be of joy or grief or love or hate or fear. With the success of Judith of Bethulia came brighter, happier days for Griffith. His own personal comfort had been assured some time before, when he moved from his humble quarters in a rooming house and established his residence at the Hotel Astor. his paths became more of pleasantness and peace, and his travels rendered less tiresome by the acquisition of a motor car. When the penurious management of the Biograph would refuse to advance sufficient sums for a particular expensive trip to Newport to secure some especially magnificent scene Griffith wanted, he would dig down into his own pockets and supply the necessary cash for himself and his players, and not a penny of it ever appeared on an expense account. Why? Because Griffith knew he had a winning hand. He knew he was playing a safe game. He was a gambler playing for the highest stakes a man can play for, his life. It meant life or death to Griffith, professionally, to achieve what he had started to achieve. But he knew that fortune and fate each was looking over his shoulder, each watching with approbation or disapproval every move he made on the checkerboard of achievement. All the money he spent from his own salary merely helped to pay the fare on the limited train he had boarded to carry him to his niche in the Hall of Fame. Now that he has arrived safely, the world is paying his fare for him. Newspapers by this time were voluntarily beginning to notice Biograph pictures, and were declaring them far superior to any others that were being shown. Griffith's activities were moved from the old studio in 14th Street out to a larger and more commodious quarters on East 100 and 75th Street. The quality of the pictures attracted the attention of the General Film Company, and the Biograph was absorbed by this corporation. Some idea of the value of the product turned out by Griffith may be gained from the published statistics on the earnings of the capital stock of the Motion Picture Parents Company, an adjunct of the General Film Company, showing 1,700% on the investment. But the star to which Griffith had hitched his wagon beckoned a welcoming twinkle, and with the finishing of Judith of Bethulia he closed the Biograph book, and bade farewell to the studios, where for 5 years he had fought a battle against the most insidious opposition, and won. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of David Wark Griffith, A Brief Sketch of His Career, by Robert Edgar Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7 The Reliance Majestic. In less than 1 year from the moment D.W. Griffith closed the gate of the Biograph behind him, he was directing a scene for the Battle of the Sexes, his first production for Reliance Majestic. Reliance Majestic was the name known familiarly in trade circles for the Reliance Motion Picture Corporation and the Majestic Motion Picture Company, 2 organizations making moving pictures under the same roof and releasing them to exhibitors under the distributing name of Mutual Films. For some time, the management of the dual concern had been making overtures to Griffith for his services, but the tremendous amount of work in hand at the Biograph prevented immediate consideration. Griffith's reputation, too, had placed him in an embarrassing position, for he found himself the innocent target at which every big producing firm was shooting in the hope of securing his services. These producers had seen the handwriting on the wall, indicating to the Belshazzars of the film world that the days of bigger and better pictures had come, that the stone wall of conventionality had crumbled into dust and already was being buried in the tomb of forgotten things. H.E. Aitken, president of Reliance Majestic, discerned with a keener sense of values than any of his competitors the genius of Griffith. He recognized his versatility, his concentration, his indomitable energy, his hypnotic power in bringing out the greatest qualities of his players, and the devotion of these players to him. In October 1913, Griffith was persuaded to cast his lot with Reliance Majestic, and to show his appreciation, H.E. Aitken presented him with a good-sized block of stock. But 5 years of helpful association were not to be cast aside by the Biograph players. The bonds of friendship were not to be broken by a few shares of stock, however valuable. They refused to remain at the Biograph without their leader, counselor, and friend. The day that Griffith entered his motor car for the Reliance Majestic Studios in Yonkers, some 20 or more Griffith players made an exodus that left the Biograph studio in about the same condition as Egypt after the departure of the Israelites under Moses. And these modern Israelites stuck to their Moses. The Reliance Majestic management had little hope of securing the services of any of the Biograph artists, much less the acquisition of more than 20 of the foremost ones. Some idea of the small army that invaded the new territory may be gained by naming but a few of those who followed Griffith by Reliance Majestic: Lillian and Dorothy Gish, Robert Herron, Blanche Sweet, Mae Marsh, Henry B. Walthall, Jack Pickford, Owen Moore, Miriam Cooper, James Kirkwood, Donald Crisp, Kate Bruce, Spottiswoode Aiken, Courtney Foote, Hattie DeLaro, Daddy Butler, and perhaps an equal number of others whose names might be mentioned, but that memory fails. Had it not been for existing contracts that could not be broken, practically all of the players who appeared under Griffith's direction at the Biograph would have migrated with him. And with what devotion these modern Israelites stuck to their Moses! Many of them are with him today, and probably will be with him as long as he continues to direct them. The Reliance Majestic Company maintained 2 studios in New York, one located at the Clara Morris Estate in Yonkers, and the other an indoor studio at 17th Street and Union Square West. Griffith made productions at both locations and supervised many of those directed by others. Griffith remained with Reliance Majestic in New York from October 1913 until January 1914. During these 4 months, he produced The Battle of the Sexes and took the principal scenes for his film version of Paul Armstrong's play The Escape. Many consider this one of his most impressive pictures. He put so many big punches into it that it actually proved to be fascinatingly brutal. So much so that people were irresistibly drawn to it again and again. Those who remember The Escape doubtless will recall the remarkable fight scene, considered by many the best fight scene ever staged for a camera. Griffith always has been a devotee of the manly art of self-defense, and whenever occasion arises for the staging of a bout, the spectator may be sure of something out of the ordinary. Even in several of his latest pictures, notably in The Birth of a Nation, Intolerance, Hearts of the World, Broken Blossoms, and Scarlet Days, he staged fights that are wonders. Griffith is a wee bit proud of his strength and agility, His ascetic appearance is very deceptive, for he is a human dynamo of energy and action. He is a skilled boxer and fencer, and scores up so many spares and strikes in a bowling alley that few care to play against him. In photographing the fight scene in The Escape, one of the photographers several times became so interested in the battle that he forgot to turn the crank and rushed forward to hear the decision. And while mentioning the Griffith photographers, it might be well to pause a moment or two and introduce to the reader these artists, whose efficiency is such a vital factor in the success of any photoplay. In the photographic department of all modern studios, there are a corps of workers. These include, in addition to the chief cinematographer and his assistant, the developers, the cutters, and the printers. There are other workers, of course, such as those who assist in the splicing, patching, assembling, assorting, and inspecting of film. But the most important are the chief cinematographer, the developers, and cutters. Were it not for the high efficiency of these last-named experts, all the magnificent scenes devised by Griffith never would reach the screen. Bad photography, unskilled developing, and stupid cutting have ruined more motion pictures than have been relegated to the scrap pile through bad acting or inferior directing. The most delicate as well as the most powerful scenes can be rendered worthless by a photographer who does not thoroughly understand the true values of light and shadow, or by a developer who cannot bring out these very values once the negative has been placed in his care. G. W. Bitzer was the chief cinematographer at the Biograph when Griffith first became connected with the company. But as the studio was issuing something like 104 pictures a year, and the management seemed satisfied with the kind of product being turned out, they could not spare Bitzer for any of the stunts which Griffith was introducing. As a matter of fact, Griffith was literally shunted off into a separate department, there to choose his own actors and his own photographers. There was no time to waste on those legless things the new man was trying out, and under no circumstances could Bitzer be used for any such stuff. "Let him take Marvin," the chief director had said. "He's no good anyhow." And so Arthur W. Marvin, no good Marvin, became Griffith's first photographer. Poor old Marvin was slow and sluggish and easy-going, scarcely the instrument for the artist Griffith to handle in the cutting and shaping of the masterpieces he had in mind. But Marvin possessed one virtue. He was tractable. Griffith discovered he could do anything with him, and this was a quality of infinite value to the man who stood poverty-stricken for the want of something pliable, something that would yield to his slightest touch. He found this in Marvin. Marvin had one besetting sin. He was extremely envious of Bitzer. Not that he wanted Bitzer's job as chief photographer, but he felt himself that he could do anything Bitzer could do. "I remember one instance of this," says Mr. Griffith in recounting the old days. "We were taking a boat scene, and poor old Marvin had to stand in water up to his neck, just because I was not allowed an extra boat for my cameraman. We managed, greatly through Marvin's nerve and enthusiasm, to get a particularly beautiful scene, and my faithful photographer was in high spirits over the results. "There's a piece of work Bitzer never could have done," he exclaimed. I was a great admirer of Bitzer, and naturally I wanted to know just why Marvin was so sure Bitzer could not have secured the same result. "Because," said Marvin, "I am 5 inches taller than Bitzer, so you can see what would have happened to him." That Griffith is a true friend, as well as a true artist, was shown by his remaining faithful to the trust Marvin had placed in him. He kept him long after he could have had Bitzer, not because he thought any the less of Bitzer, but because he wanted to reward the no-good Marvin for proving that he was good enough to be trusted, good enough to stick to him to the end. When Griffith quit the Biograph, Marvin quit too. When he later made his own pictures, Marvin had a share in the glory of that achievement. And when Marvin's ship of life went sailing over the waters of no returning, carrying his soul to its last port, it was Griffith who made the journey smooth and free from storm and tempest. Griffith who, until those dear to him could reach his side, did all that mortal man could do, the while sending up a silent prayer that the great captain would guide safely to the other side the faithful, loving, no-good Marvin. Later on, when anything Griffith wanted was his for the asking, he was given G.W. Billy Bitzer. From that day on, the door of happiness swung open. Bitzer entered heart and soul into the creative work of Griffith, giving the touch of the expert to the slightest suggestion of the master, and entering, with enthusiasm and full accord, into every revolutionary method presented. Naturally, when Griffith went from the Biograph to the Reliance Majestic, Billy Bitzer accompanied him, and remained his chief photographer, a position he holds up to the present time, and probably always will hold. It was during the taking of the final scenes of The Escape that the attention of Griffith was called to Thomas Dixon's story, The Clansman. It was one of the best sellers at the bookstores and was causing wide controversy. Griffith read it, liked it, and read it again. He also became interested in the dramatization that had been made from the novel, and went to see it at a New York theater. He was unimpressed by the play, but at once saw the possibilities for a gigantic motion picture. He immediately entered into negotiations for the film rights and began laying his plans for the production. During the latter part of January 1914, he severed his connection with the Reliance Majestic Company in New York and made arrangements to go to the Pacific Coast under their auspices and produce The Clansman. This undoubtedly was the most daring adventure in Griffith's life. Not even his most intimate friends had any idea of the tremendous production he had in mind. And it is a safe wager that had the Reliance Majestic officials any conception of what he was planning to do, they never would have risked their assets on what to them would have appeared to be the most frightful liability. Griffith chuckles over it now, but the sound that emanated from the vocal cords of those who tried to keep up with him was not of a chuckling kind. Not even Griffith himself had any idea that the thing he had in mind would become a world epoch in the history of cinematography. He did know, however, that he carried a little bag of tricks up his sleeve, that he was going to introduce a lot of new things in photography, employ about 35,000 persons, spend several hogsheads of money, and turn out a production that would be shown in the White House at Washington. And he did just that, and more. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of David Wark Griffith, A Brief Sketch of His Career, by Robert Edgar Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The Birth of a Nation, The Klansman. On February 14, 1914, David Wark Griffith arrived in Los Angeles, California, ostensibly to produce his motion picture version of Thomas Dixon's The Klansman. As to why this production was not started immediately, it might be well to mention that a few of the plans Griffith had in mind included the taking of some 5,000 scenes, the employment of 18,000 men to act as soldiers, the making of 18,000 Union and Confederate uniforms for these men, the hiring of 3,000 horses, the building of entire cities and the destruction of them by fire, the purchasing of real shells costing $10 each, the reenacting of the greatest battle of the Civil War, and a paltry 1,000 or so little odds and ends, including the selection of some 500 separate musical compositions to synchronize perfectly with the various scenes. As it is a matter of historical record that Rome was not built in a day, so it has been established that the Griffith version of Thomas Dixon's story did not become a reality overnight. Many weeks were consumed gathering together the data necessary to the truthful and accurate reproduction of the many events in history to be included in the story. There were to be no fleeting phantoms of the past, but flesh and blood representations of the great men who figured in the events to be literally reproduced to the most minute detail. Professors of American history in at least half a dozen universities were called upon for facts and figures, and every known authority was consulted in order that no errors be allowed to creep in and spoil the perfect whole. Griffith was not content to sit idly by and wait for the assembling of all these preliminary details. Instead, he busied himself with the final touches of the escape. When this picture had been developed, cut, and printed, it was released to the exhibitors of this country, and its creator turned to the next production to be made before the Klansman would be ready for preliminary rehearsals. During the next 4 months he brought forth The Avenging Conscience and Home Sweet Home, both of which became tremendous successes. And little wonder. It would bankrupt any producer today were he to assemble the company of players whose names appear in these 2 productions. Taking Home Sweet Home as an example, were this same picture to be produced today, with the identical cast Griffith gathered together over 5 years ago, its personnel would represent an expenditure of more than $30,000 a week for salaries alone. Here are some of the players who appeared in it: Lillian Gish, Mae Marsh, Dorothy Gish, Robert Herron, Henry B. Walpole, Donald Crisp, Jack Pickford, Miriam Cooper, Blanche Sweet, Courtney Foote, Owen Moore, Mary Alden, Spottiswoode Aiken, and James Kirkwood. When you consider how many of these players' names are now in electric lights, it is no wonder that Griffith has been referred to as the maker of stars. Both productions were made at a studio in Hollywood, California, then referred to as the Reliance Majestic or Fine Art Studio, but now familiarly known as Griffith's Place. Undoubtedly, it will never have any other name, for the personality of Griffith has so permeated every nook and corner of the vast area that the very air seems charged with the magnetism of the genius who produced there The Birth of a Nation, Intolerance, Hearts of the World in part, Broken Blossoms, and other masterpieces with which his name has become indelibly associated. This very spot is now the center of the cinema world. Hollywood, created as a rich man's colony, has become, since Griffith located there, the very woof and warp of the motion picture industry. Here, within a radius of 5 miles, can be found practically all the studios now turning out photoplays for the world's consumption. Here, too, are the palaces of the successful stars, their palatial homes dotting the landscape between the camps of the producers. The Griffith Studio in Hollywood, now temporarily at least abandoned by him for a more elaborate one in Mamaroneck, New York, does not look unlike an old-time Pacific Coast China house. It is a maze of frame buildings, evidently constructed as need and money came, with a small building here, an outside stairway there, an open-air stage beyond. Several of them, in fact, enclosed stages to the right and to the left, appearing like huge grain elevators rising above the smaller buildings and sheds. Just back of the main entrance, there is the office building with its cashier's window. Here, $8,000 was paid out nightly just for the extras employed in Intolerance. And farther inside are the scenario and executive rooms, a projection room, and long corridors of dressing rooms for the players. In some places, it resembles an Italian garden. Flowers and palms dot the sides of the little boardwalks here and there, and an atmosphere of romance and peace seems to be a part of the whole. Across the street, some 300 yards distant, are the huge walls of Babylon, still standing at this writing, that awed the world in that staggering production, Intolerance. The great alabaster elephants rise in their ghostly majesty and become the Mecca of the tourist, who peeps through the knotholes to view the ruins of the great Nineveh. Here and in the back areas, Griffith produced the Clansman, which hereinafter shall be referred to as The Birth of a Nation, the name given it by Thomas Dixon himself because, as he put it, it was too wonderful, too epical, to be called any lesser name. It is doubtful whether any man ever worked against greater odds than Griffith faced at the very outset of this production. The World War had just broken out, and he found himself in a dilemma when, merely to get the horses for his play, he was told that it would be an utter impossibility to beg, borrow, or buy horseflesh. He found himself competing unwillingly with English, French, Italian, and Russian agents, all in search of the very kind of horses Griffith wanted. He finally succeeded in corralling them from all parts of the country, and the foreign demand was so great that many shrewd horsemen forced him to buy animals at war prices. This, however, was but the smallest difficulty he encountered. The lack of money soon became a nightmare. He had told the Reliance Majestic management back in New York that he would require at least $50,000 to go ahead with the picture. They readily consented to this, but before he had progressed the first milestone in his journey to art's end, that sum had rapidly disappeared. It then became a battle for dollars, and it is told that the determined Griffith himself actually went begging among the merchants of Los Angeles just to get the final 1,000 with which to complete his work. Never did any man stand more in need of faith and friendship than did Griffith throughout the making of The Birth of a Nation. On one occasion, his secretary, J.D. Barrie, went to a wealthy capitalist in Pasadena and secured a substantial loan. He turned this over to Griffith, who was so delighted that he insisted on Barrie keeping the usual agent's fee commission, which in this case amounted to about $700. Barrie, to show his faith in Griffith, refused to accept the cash, but agreed to let it remain as his share of stock in the production. This evidence of good fellowship netted Barrie some $14,000 on his investment, although at the time he was tempted to share with others the belief that the very magnitude of the venture would result in financial failure. In beginning The Birth of a Nation, Griffith took as a skeleton scenario Thomas Dixon's The Leopard Spots in The Clansman, but he had, as previously stated, a far vaster conception than any mere motion picture version of these two stories. It was his aim to actually reproduce the Civil War so vividly that the spectators would be carried out of the present and live again those momentous days. He was determined from the start not to depict the horrible events, but to throw about his story the glamour of romance, thus softening the narrative without distorting it. The epoch chosen by Griffith is the most thrilling in American history. It was the epoch that witnessed the shattering of the old ideas of state sovereignty. 6 weeks of constant rehearsals preceded the taking of the first scenes. 6 weeks of constant rehearsals preceded the taking of the first scenes, and throughout the next 6 months required to complete the spectacle, so many things happened it would require an entire volume to enumerate them. Among the most notable scenes in the finished production were the Battle of Petersburg, fought by 18,000 men on a field 5 miles across, the march of Sherman to the sea, culminating with the burning of Atlanta, the assassination of President Lincoln in the crowded Ford's Theater in Washington, the wild rides of the Ku Klux Klan and the session of the South Carolina legislature under the Negro carpetbagger regime. 2 of Griffith's greatest inventions found their first real expression in this undertaking. There were the long shot and night photography. The first showed a bird's-eye view of terrific encounters between the forces of the North and the South, at a distance of many miles. The night battle scenes introduced this kind of photography for the first time. The deftly placed artificial lights illuminated the entire city of Los Angeles, and the whole populace became terror-stricken in the belief that some foreign fleet was attacking the Pacific Coast defenses. The news of the then European war only accentuated these fears, which were not quieted until the Los Angeles newspapers explained that it was only a movie stunt. That stunt cost just $5,000. When Griffith put the final touches on The Birth of a Nation, he gave to the cinema world a product which, through his inventive genius, has since become the standard by which all productions are judged. He saw and visualized with the eye of the artist the great battles as they were fought in that gigantic struggle that made the United States. He placed the great events of American history before the eye so clearly that it became as though one were looking backwards through the days that are past and seeing the heroic men of that period making history on the bloody battlefields. Into his mise-en-scène came Lincoln, Grant, Lee, Seward, Hay, Porter, all the great figures of those soul-stirring days, each acting his individual part in the mighty story which made this nation learn to understand itself and go forward to its larger destiny. To the whole production, Griffith fitted a musical score interpretation of the various scenes. It was the Wagnerian idea fitted to the motion picture screen, and the synchronization was so perfectly knitted into the story that it became an integral part of the whole. During the taking of all the scenes, Griffith's musical director accompanied him and took down on memorandum paper the various tunes which Griffith would hum to him while he was working out the dramatic story. Thus, music entered into the motion pictures as a full and complete score for the first time, and this particular music is perhaps the most unusual score ever devised for this purpose. It stands today a wonderful feature of this production. To accurately cue the music to the scenes, it was necessary to run the entire 12 reels of 1,000 feet each over and over again. This was done 84 times before Griffith pronounced the fitting perfect. In order that there might be no errors on the opening night, 6 complete full orchestra rehearsals were necessary. All told, 150,000 feet of negative were exposed in the taking of the various scenes. During the process of elimination, but 30,000 feet were assembled as satisfactory, and of this footage, 12,000 feet were finally selected and shown to the public. Many of the scenes were photographed from 15 to 20 times before Griffith was satisfied with the result. One of these, showing Booth leaping to the stage of Ford's Theater after he had assassinated President Lincoln, was actually rehearsed 20 times before the camera was used at all. One executive became so horrified on seeing Griffith throw out 17,000 feet of film and take all the scenes over again that he rushed from the studio and went to bed with a sick headache. The Birth of a Nation, before its name had been changed from The Klansman, was first shown to the public at Clune's Auditorium, 5th and Olive Streets, Los Angeles, on February 8, 1915, with the following cast: Benjamin Cameron, Henry B. Walthall, his sister Florence, Mae Marsh, his sister Margaret, Miriam Cooper, Mrs. Cameron, Josephine Crowell, Dr. Cameron, Spottiswoode Aiken, Austin Stonewall, Ralph Lewis, his daughter Elsie, Lillian Gish, his son Phil, Elmer Clifton, his second son, Robert Heron, Silas Lynch, George Siegeman, Gus, Walter Long, Lydia Brown, Mary Alden, Abraham Lincoln, Joseph Henneberry, Charles Sumner, Sam DeGrasse, General Lee, Robert Gayo, General Grant, Donald Crisp, Jake, William Duvall, Sidney, Jenny Lee. After all the hardships that had been encountered and overcome during the staging of the production, all the money worries and their attendant embarrassments, it might be considered Griffith's right of conquest to have peace and prosperity as his reward. But such was not to be the fact. From the rise of the curtain on the first showing of The Birth, Griffith's and all his associates' troubles began in an entirely unlooked-for quarter. Much gossip had quietly circulated throughout Los Angeles, and the picture was anticipated as incendiary, dangerous, and filled with propaganda against the Negroes. Racial excitement had been aroused, and the city councilmen, with their eyes on the Negro vote at the next election, were hostile to the picture. So much so that there was danger of the opening performance being stopped by the hand of the law. Cordons of armed police, their riot sticks swinging menacingly, greeted the first-nighters on their way to Clunes. The theater itself was packed and jammed to the fire doors, and the excitement of the crowd was quite evenly divided on the production and the possibility of trouble in the audience. But the only riot that took place was the riot of applause that burst forth as scene after scene of grandeur unfolded on the screen. A number of Negroes were to be seen in clusters throughout the house, but whether they liked the picture was not to be ascertained by their actions. They sat mute and dumb before the art of the man they had intended to denounce. If ever a man merited a niche in the Hall of Fame as a martyr to his cause, David Wark Griffith by divine right could be placed alongside Edith Cavell, Joan of Arc, Robert Emmet, Gutenberg, Socrates, and all the others. It cost him endless days and nights of unrest and mental torture, and the expenditure of some $300,000 in attorney's fees to combat the stupid persecution he fell heir to through the busybodies and censors who saw in The Birth of a Nation nothing but a propaganda, something to excite racial hatred and riot. But Griffith won out in this, as he has won out in everything he has attempted. His enemies were routed, and he has lived to see The Birth of a Nation produced in every city of importance in the civilized world. Immediately following the Los Angeles premiere of the picture, another print of it was taken to Washington on February 15th and shown privately to President Wilson and his family, the members of his cabinet, and the wives and daughters of the members in the East Room of the White House. On the following evening, another private showing was given before the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court, the Diplomatic Corps, and an especially invited audience of 500 guests. On February 20th, 1915, a special showing of the picture was given at the Old Rose Gardens, Broadway and 53rd Street, New York City, for the censors and for those who were to handle the future showings to the public. At this gathering, Thomas Dixon became so enthusiastic over the magnificent spectacle Griffith had created from his The Klansman that he rushed to the producer's side and shouted, "The Klansman is altogether too tame a title for what you have done. Let's call it The Birth of a Nation." Hence, on March 3rd, when the first public showing took place at the Liberty Theater in West 42nd Street, The Birth of a Nation was the name that shone forth in electric lights. This was the first time in the world history of the theater that a motion picture ever became a regular attraction. That is, one afternoon performance, and one evening performance, at stated hours and at the established price of $2 a seat. In referring to this, the Washington Herald recently said editorially, "With all respect to his rivals, Mr. Griffith has demonstrated his right to be the sole and only man who can make a picture that will go on the big time and stay there at $2 prices." The Birth of a Nation has broken so many theater records, both for capacity audiences and receipts, it would require much more space than is here allotted to tabulate them. Several of the more prominent ones included engagements at the Tremont Theater, Boston, beginning April 10th, 1915, Illinois Theater, Chicago, beginning June 5th, Brighton Beach Music Hall, New York, July 3rd, Nixon Theater, Atlantic City, July 18th, and, of course, the premiere at Clunes, Los Angeles, and 18 weeks at the Alcazar Theater, San Francisco, during which latter engagement it rivaled in interest the Panama Pacific International Exposition, and proved to be the only attraction that did not suffer a falling off in patronage as a result of the big show out at the Presidio. While The Birth of a Nation has met strong opposition from its very inception, it also has received the widest endorsement from every board of censorship, by scores of the most eminent men and women in public life, including United States senators and representatives, governors of states, judges, publicists, diplomats, educators, clergymen, and artists. Probably a larger number of priests and ministers have commended it than have given endorsement to any entertainment. Artistically, The Birth of a Nation ranks with the finest achievements in literature, architecture, painting, music, and drama, combining exquisite domestic comedy and romance with the grandeur and thrill of history's most notable moments, inculcating the lesson of patriotism and national pride which springs from the heart of every American. Griffith's triumph abroad has been no less indisputable than his victory at home. In the capital of every foreign nation, The Birth has won its way straight to the heart of the populace, and has been adopted by many institutions of learning as one of the highest authorities in the study of American history. "What are you going to do now?" Griffith was asked immediately following the successful launching of The Birth. "I'm going to a hotel and go to bed without leaving a call. And when I have 40 hours sleep, I'm going to turn over and eat something and go on sleeping another 24 hours. But he didn't. Instead, he left immediately for his Hollywood studios and began at once on rehearsals for The Mother and the Law, later known as Intolerance. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of David Wark Griffith, A Brief Sketch of His Career, by Robert Edgar Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Mary Schneider. Chapter 9, Intolerance, Love's Struggle Throughout the Ages. During Griffith's stay in New York, tremendous scaffoldings began to make their appearance on a vacant lot across from Griffith's place at 4500 Sunset Boulevard, Los Angeles. The greatest mystery surrounded these operations, and the only explanation forthcoming from the carpenters was framed in the simple explanation, "Something the boss ordered." It was inconceivable to Griffith's associates that he could have been planning another big production while finishing the final scenes for The Birth of a Nation. But such was the case. The busy brain of the genius had long before the completion of The Birth decided on his next production, and this decision had taken definite form in preliminary plans for an immediate successor to his greatest achievement. Although it was not known to any of Griffith's backers, he had placed an order for thousands of cords of lumber, several carloads of cement, and an equal quantity of paint and materials. Griffith himself saw these cars on a freight siding the very day he left Los Angeles with the precious print of The Birth of the Nation. And not any of those who accompanied him on that trip across the continent had any inkling of what he had seen to bring the broad smile of satisfaction to his lips. When Griffith returned from the East, an entire street of small houses had been completed, and even the flowers were blooming in the little yards fronting each of the cottages. On another lot a high scaffolding, topped by a hangman's beam, reared its punishing head above the quiet little street of houses. Farther away a threatening prison stood gloomily by itself, lacking only the inmates to complete its equipment. Adjoining this house of correction, a large and commodious courthouse was in the course of construction. Into these scenes walked D.W. Griffith, remarking as he inspected each and every house, "Well, we are getting along faster than I expected." In a few days large identification banners made their appearance on the fences, indicating that the name of the production was to be The Mother and the Law. In less time than the telling occupies, players put in an appearance. Their apparel forecasted a modern story. These players included Mae Marsh, Robert Harrod, Miriam Cooper, Vera Lewis, Margaret Marsh, Alberta Lee, Ralph Lewis, Walter Long, Fred Turner, and Todd Browning. Griffith soon took his place before the assembled players and read to them a story something as follows. We are to deal with the common people, the proletariat, who are struggling against a set of social conditions as unfair as they are false. An industrial magnate, bent upon impressing the world with his so-called uplift work, reduces the wages of his employees to gain enough money to further his false charities. There is a strike at the mill wherein a man is killed. The son of the murdered man leaves the mill town for the big city, where he soon is drawn into vicious ways and thrown into the companionship of those who work in the darkness of night. The young man's wife is robbed of their child by the charity workers who are financed by the former employer of the mill town. Then begins a fight on the part of the little wife and mother against the circumstances into which she has been forced. Then, too, follows the fight of the young husband to prove himself innocent of a crime of which he has been falsely charged. In the end, love and truth conquer intolerance, and the unhappy little family is reunited in peace and joy. He then reviewed the famous Sticklow case, wherein an innocent man was led to the scaffold 4 different times, and as many times sent back to his cell on the appearance of some new evidence creating a doubt as to his guilt. "We will call our play The Mother and the Law," he said, "and rehearsals will begin tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. The more Griffith thought of the plight of the little mother in her battle against existing social conditions, the more the word intolerance presented itself to him. The same intolerance, he reasoned, must have crushed the lives of others. It must have dominated in Paris back in the 16th century, and before that in Babylon and ancient Nineveh before the coming of Christ. It must have been encountered also in Jerusalem the Golden, in the time of the lowly Nazarene. As he recalled many stories of suffering and sacrifice, stories remembered from the days when his sister Mattie read to him, there came to his mind mental images of the great characters of ancient days who had suffered from this same intolerance and oppression, this same injustice and persecution. One night, following a particularly arduous day of rehearsals of The Mother and the Law, Griffith sought his usual relaxation, reading. Quite by accident he picked up a copy of Walt Whitman's Leaves of Grass and began to peruse it. His fingers turned back a page. "Endlessly rocks the cradle, uniter of here and hereafter." 15 years before, when he was an actor in the Louisville Stock Company, he had read these same words. How strange that they should come to him at this particular moment, when his thoughts and reflections were on the very subject of joining the present with the past, to show the intolerance of all ages. Endlessly rocks the cradle, uniter of here and hereafter. He read the lines again and again. A sudden inspiration caused him to pick up paper and pencil. He jotted down his thoughts: a girl seated at a cradle, rocking, forever rocking. The mother of time, endlessly rocking the children of destiny in the cradle of life, back and forth, to and fro, tenderly watching the human atoms who suffer through intolerance. Through the veil of his thoughts there came to him a vision of his own struggles, and of the struggles of his father before him, the intolerance of war and what it had meant to his people, the intolerance of his first experiences, the intolerance he had just passed through with the birth of the nation, the censors, the politicians, the money-grabbers. In his own mind he settled it once and for all time. He would turn The Mother and the Law into a series of episodes, each showing the intolerance of oppression and suspicion throughout all the ages. He would begin the series with the very story that was to have been the complete narrative of The Mother and the Law. This would be the first episode, the modern episode. He would write his own scenario. It would be called, in his own mind, Love's Struggle Throughout the Ages, and would begin with the mill strike in the small town. Griffith tried to sleep, but Hypnos would not be wooed. In his restlessness he devised the entire journey through the ages, starting with the intolerable deceit and treachery in the days of Babylon in 539 B.C., and ending with the present-day story of the little mother who fought against the same measure of injustice at the hands of law and order. The composite story would begin with a slim little modern girl in a quaint little cottage, honeysuckled, fragrant, and she would get into all sorts of experiences. Then the tide would turn, and another little girl, the friendless one, would be caught in the meshes of the city's undercurrent. You would then have enough of the story of modern life, and would be ready to travel new roads over new fields on the great adventure. These paths would take you to Paris in the 16th century. Imagine it, the gayest, naughtiest, happiest, handsomest prince in the world, Henry of Navarre, would come white-plumed down the flag-draped streets of Paris, bowing and smiling to thousands of gaily dressed men and women. And as he passed you on his magnificent caparisoned war-steed, an occasional roguish glance would flash through the masks of the beauties of the court, watching him on his way, masked because they were considered too beautiful to be looked at closely by common eyes. You would see, so near that you need but reach out to touch her, Marguerite of Valois, her black eyes flashing mischievously through her mask. She is to marry Henry of Navarre tomorrow night. You hear the people gossip. Last night she entertained the Duc de Guise instead of the man who is to be her husband. But what of that? Life is life, isn't it? You would behold the court of France. There would be the tapestried, embroidered, hand-carved halls reaching a half-mile into distance. You would see Charles IX on his throne. There would be Catherine de' Medici with her flying squadron, the most famous beauties of France, gathered about her. You would see all France, from her king down to her most lowly subject, from the masked beauties of the court to the simple little Huguenot girl in the religious atmosphere of her peasant home. And then the magic wand would wave. You would be taken in the very wind of time back to an ancient day, back to Babylon, to Nineveh, and you would behold the celebrated feast of Belshazzar, the most gorgeous banquet in all history. You would be placed so near to Prince Belshazzar you could almost reach out and shake hands with him. You could see the very pupil of his eye grow small as he rides his war steed, or enjoy the happiness of his smile as he looks at his adored one, his princess beloved. You would pass through the great gate of Imgur Bel into the city of Babylon, pass by the giant walls 300 feet high, exactly as they were the day Belshazzar drove his chariot of gold along the tops of their dizzy heights. Again, on the great adventure, you will see outside the gate of Babylon a little mountain girl who has come down from her home on the hills to buy a new dress, and whose journey has brought her into the very thickest of a conspiracy between the high priest and Cyrus, king of the Persians, for the overthrow of mighty Babylon. And you would see Cyrus in his own camp preparing for the attack on Babylon, and then would follow the attack itself and the counter-attack by the armies of Babylon. And then the great walls would fall, and you would hear the mighty cry that went up, "Babylon is fallen, is fallen." Again would wave the magic wand. Then back to France to see the fighting in the streets as the massacre reached its height. Away from France you would be whisked, this time to Jerusalem, in the time of Jesus of Nazareth. You would enter through the gates of Jaffa, the city beautiful. You would go among those people of old, selling vegetables, peddling doves with them, hearing the soft voices of lovers among the clamor and wrangle of the marketing crowds. The crowds would part. A friend of the great Caesar, visiting from Rome and borne on the necks of men, would go by. Wise men from the far east with trains of camels, farmers with wooden plows upon their backs, fruit sellers with dates and melons and baskets of grapes, would offer you their product. You would see Mary of Magdala, slave-born, in a silken palanquin, wrapped in soft linens and clinging garments, her black eyes glowing softly through a lacy veil. The pendulum of time again would sway. From Jerusalem you would be carried back again to France, where Catherine de' Medici has begun the intolerant massacre of St. Bartholomew. And what a massacre! Then back once more to the modern story, where you would discover that the little modern girl is attempting to save her husband from paying the extreme penalty of an intolerant law. Then to Babylon again to see the little mountain girl going back to her home in the hills, her attempt to save Belshazzar a failure, her fight against intolerance a losing one. And finally, each of the journeys you had made would end in one swiftly rushing denouement. The greatest adventure would leave you bigger, broader, better, happier than you ever have been in all your life. You would have seen with your own eyes the intolerance of all the ages, and you would have a finer sympathy for mankind and womankind, a more unselfish attitude toward those who suffer, toward life itself. Intolerance. What name could be more applicable? For has not the misery of the world been brought about through intolerance, through the insufferable inhumanity that man has shown toward man? Intolerance was the name Griffith chose for his composite story, and before daybreak he had the whole tremendous idea clearly worked out. The following morning he assembled his company and told each of the players that the mother and the law would become but a fourth part of a bigger, finer story of life. "I have planned to have one theme told in 4 separate stories," he explained. "And these stories will begin like 4 currents looked at as from a hilltop. At first the 4 currents will flow far apart, slowly and quietly, but as they flow they grow nearer and nearer together, and faster, until in the end, in the last act, they mingle in one mighty river of expressed emotion." Thus Intolerance was understood and begun. Griffith spent long weary hours with his casting director, selecting the players who would have prominent parts in each of the 4 episodes. His first selection was Miss Lillian Gish, for the symbolic character of the woman who rocks the cradle of humanity, the golden-haired fairy girl, whose eternal rocking would form the golden thread that would bind together the 4 stories of love's struggle throughout the ages. As the cast for the mother and the law already had been in rehearsal, there were no players to consider for the modern story. Hence the first cast would be the players to appear in the Judean story, or as it was later called, the religious story. For this Griffith selected Lillian Langdon, Olga Gray, Bessie Love, Erich von Stroheim, and a number of minor players. For the medieval French story these players were chosen: Marjorie Wilson, Eugene Palette, Spotswood Aitken, Ruth Handforth, A.D. Sears, Frank Bennett, Maxfield Stanley, Josephine Crowell, Georgia Pierce, W.E. Lawrence, and Joseph Henneberry. For the Babylonian episode, the selections included Constance Talmadge, Elmer Clifton, Alfred Paget, Sina Owen, Carl Stockdale, Tully Marshall, George Siegman, Elmo Lincoln, Robert Lawler, Loyola O'Connor, James Curley, Kate Bruce, Howard Scott, Alma Rubens, Ruth Darling, Margaret Mooney, George Fawcett, Mildred Harris, Pauline Stark, and Winifred Westover. It was not many days before Intolerance became the talk of Los Angeles. The news spread rapidly to every section of the United States, for tourists, seeing the huge alabaster elephants rearing their heads some 300 feet above the level of Sunset Boulevard, carried back to their homes the news that that Griffin man is doing something wonderful out on the coast. As the work progressed from day to day, the giant buildings of Babylon reached heavenward in their mighty grandeur, and the roars of Nubian lions could be heard for miles across the quiet California valleys. Soon the Griffith lot was filled with a motley gathering of Persians, Egyptians, Babylonians, priests, dancing girls, charioteers, mighty warriors, striking mill workers, and birds and beasts of prey. The luncheon hour on location composed one of the most picturesque scenes ever witnessed by human eyes. At some times there were as many as 15,000 men, women, and children scattered about the various lots during the noon hour. Thousands of horses and sheep grazed along the green enclosures, their shaking heads mingling with the flashing swords and helmets of the fighting men. When the great mob scenes were being photographed, it seemed as though the entire population of Los Angeles had come out to Griffith's lot to take part in the various pageants and mighty rushing armies. Actors from other studios, many of them prominent stars, joined in the scenes, anxious to be ever so small a part of this greatest production of modern times. Perhaps the most notable feature of the entire achievement is the fact that, although almost countless thousands were employed in the various scenes, including the terrific conflicts waged on the parapets and mighty walls and towers, there were only 67 players injured, and these only slightly. To care for these and others who might become indisposed during the action, a modern field hospital with surgeons, nurses, stretcher-bearers, and ambulances was maintained. Many amusing incidents crept in to relieve the tension under which Griffith and all his workers labored. On one occasion, DeWolf Hopper came out to look things over. Standing on the director's platform with Mr. Griffith, he observed an automobile passing through the streets of Jerusalem. Its only occupant was a man clothed in a snow-white robe. "That's far enough," said Griffith. "You may enter the scene from there." Hopper turned a puzzling face toward Griffith. "Who is that?" he asked. "That is Jesus of Nazareth," answered Griffith. "Well," exclaimed Hopper, "I have lived to see Christ enter Jerusalem in a Ford." It would be utterly impractical to go into details in explanation of the various elements which entered into the making of Intolerance. The following brief facts may serve to give a somewhat comprehensive idea of the cost of the production. The banquet hall scene for the Feast of Belshazzar, $250,000. Jeweled costume worn by the Princess Beloved, $7,000. Trailing cape worn by the Princess Beloved, $1,040. Daily payroll for period covering 4 weeks, $12,000. Salaries paid to dancing girls at Feast of Belshazzar, $20,000. Daily payroll for extra players and supernumeraries for 1 week, $8,000. Building construction and cost of equipment, $380,000. Costumes and uniforms with their accessories, $230,000. Thus it will be seen that there has been no exaggeration in the published statements that Intolerance was given to the play-going public at a total cost of more than $1,900,000. In completing his production, Griffith actually took 300,000 feet of film. In the process of discarding and changing, 287,000 feet were eliminated and placed on the shelves as unused material. 13,000 feet finally were assembled and titled as the complete production to be shown to the public. When Griffith left Los Angeles with the priceless film in his possession, he was given a send-off that must have warmed the cockles of his heart. Everyone who was anyone in the film world was interested in the success of the production that for the better part of 2 years had occupied the attention of the city and surrounding country. and they came to the station to bid Godspeed to the man who had labored unceasingly. Intolerance was shown for the first time at the Liberty Theater, New York, the scene of the triumphant The Birth of the Nation, on September 16, 1916, before one of the most notable gatherings in the history of the city. Some idea of its reception may be gained from the following letter sent to Griffith by Rabbi Isidore Myers. Quote, "I consider Intolerance the work of a master who has produced with head and heart something that will reach the hearts and consciences of men and women of the present age." End quote. Intolerance enjoyed the approbation of the New York public until past the holidays, and seldom was shown to an empty seat throughout its entire engagement, playing to an afternoon and evening audience every day, including Sundays. The New York engagement was followed by similarly successful runs at Clune's Auditorium, Los Angeles, at the Colonial Theater, Chicago, the Columbia Theater, San Francisco, and later in all the principal cities throughout the United States and Canada. On the night of April 6, 1917, the very day the United States severed diplomatic relations with Germany and entered the World War, D.W. Griffith personally presented Intolerance at the Drury Lane Theatre, London. Its reception abroad was little short of sensational, and Griffith was hailed again as the supreme dramatic genius of America. He was called before the curtain and forced to make a speech to the enthusiastic audience. The following month another special company, carrying a full orchestra and a choir of trained voices, presented Intolerance in the principal cities of Australia and New Zealand, while other companies were organized as rapidly as possible to tour the continent. Throughout its entire career, Intolerance never was shown except in first-class theaters and at prices customarily charged for first-class productions. To a friend who asked Griffith why he had chosen bygone days as the setting for his production, he quoted the poem of Longfellow. "Why touch upon such themes, perhaps some friend may ask, incredulous, and to what good end? Why drag into the light of day the errors of an age long passed away? I answer, for the reason that they teach the tolerance of opinion and of speech." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of David Wark Griffith, A Brief Sketch of His Career, by Robert Edgar Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Mary Schneider. Chapter 10. Hearts of the World. Seated in Drury Lane Theatre, London, on that memorable night when Intolerance was introduced to the British public, D.W. Griffith could hear the resonant cries of newsboys on the streets. "The States enter the war. America joins Allies. United States declares war on Germany." In the midst of all the excitement that ensued, Griffith's mind reverted back to America, to Los Angeles, home. And the story back of his thoughts is the story of Hearts of the World. Just 1 year, 3 months, and 7 days before, on the morning of December 30th, 1915, at a few minutes before midnight, he was resting in the bungalow on his ranch at San Fernando, California, reading a Los Angeles newspaper. The news dispatch from the war front in France told of families being forced from their humble homes to seek shelter where they may, of the bombardment of the villages followed by the German occupation, of the suffering, privations, and agony of the villages in their captivity, of the prayers and hopes of the women and children awaiting deliverance. Griffith put his paper aside and began to make notes. Under the influence of the news he had read, he worked throughout the entire night. The daybreak entering the open window of his room brought with it a twofold dawn, that of a new day in California and a new light across his path. He could not relinquish his labors on the colossal production of Intolerance then underway, and so he carefully locked up his manuscript and plunged into the work at hand. But the story of the tortured French families would not leave him, and he found himself, even in the midst of his most active work, over and over again recounting in his mind the incidents of the news report. He would go to bed each night with a cherished manuscript before him, adding a touch here, an elaboration there, burning the midnight oil long into the cool hours of the morning. The night floor watchman of the Hotel Alexandria often would peep through the unlocked door of Griffin's suite, and would discover the producer of Intolerance asleep in his easy-chair, fully dressed, the central figure in a maze of copy paper that carpeted the floor. If Griffith had been a friend of Julius Caesar, there is no doubt that he would have produced a film of Caesar and the 10th Legion landing on the shores of Britain. Or had he been a worthy citizen when the Battle of Waterloo was fought, we might be able today to see the Old Guard charging up the hill to death under the dauntless Ney. Griffith absorbs war. Long before The Birth of a Nation, his productions mirrored his love of conquest, his devotion to the flaming sword of defense. And here he was, right in the midst of ancient and modern warfare, mingling the siege of Babylon with the battles of present-day mill workers, and giving every waking hour to the contemplation of picturing for posterity the greatest conflict the world ever has known. Had he been less a lover of excitement, he would not have been found a few months later standing in the very presence of David Lloyd George, Prime Minister of England, with a commission to visit the battlefields of France and secure scenes for Hearts of the World. Sitting at his desk at No. 10 Downing Street, London, David Lloyd George was consecrating his life, his mighty brain, his services to the cause of civilization, in order that the Allies, the United States, England, France, Italy, Belgium, and the other nations battling for freedom, might bring the world war to a victorious conclusion. Busy as he was with demands upon every second of his time, with generals, admirals, ambassadors, statesmen, leaders of Parliament, members of the House of Lords, emissaries from the King, with 1,001 persons anxious to interview him upon important matters, Lloyd George set aside a large part of one busy morning to receive David Wark Griffith, the man who but a few years before had been selling the Baptist Weekly to the farmers of Kentucky. But the American cinema producer had a mission, and he was accompanied by Lord Beaverbrook, member of the House of Lords and prominent in war relief work for wounded soldiers. For more than an hour the British Prime Minister held up the cogwheels of battle, while he discussed with Griffith the possibility of securing material for a story that would bring courage and comfort to the hearts of the men and women whose husbands, fathers, and brothers were out there on the battlefields, making the world safe for democracy. When all was agreed upon, Griffith was formally commissioned by the British government to visit the war zones on all fronts, and was given the full resources of the British and French governments and their armies in the field. Whole regiments were placed at his disposal, for the world must know the supreme struggle of the Allies for the welfare and happiness of mankind. As Griffith was about to start on his mission, Lloyd George turned to him, took both his hands in his, and said cordially, quote, "You will do this to aid humanity. The idea back of your splendid story is a message to civilization that its fight will not be in vain. Let me be the first to predict that when you have completed your labors, you will have produced a masterpiece which will carry a message around the world, a story which will inspire every heart with patriotism, with love of country, with the great cause of which the civilized nations of the world are now fighting in France. This, Mr. Griffith, is the greatest and most wonderful task you ever have attempted. God speed you in your great work, and grant that you may accomplish your desires." End quote. And so David Wark Griffith set forth from the British Cabinet offices at No. 10 Downing Street, with the official endorsement, aid, and approval of the British Prime Minister, the British government, and with full authority to call upon any officers of the forces, on land or sea, to aid him in his cherished work. Back of the battle lines in Flanders, through stricken villages in the ruined sections of France, following the British Army, risking his life 100 times a day to get close enough to the firing line to get effective material, Griffith, his cinematographer, and his intrepid company of players moved and acted for the camera, within range of the big guns, near bursting shells, until at last Griffith gave the signal that the task had been accomplished. Then, after a brief rest, he and his players visited little peaceful villages in France, far from the turmoil of war, and there, amid rustic surroundings and blooming flowers, delicate, intimate touches were secured to add to the mighty story just completed at the front. Griffith's return to the United States brought one of the biggest surprises in the history of the film world. When he left Los Angeles with the simple announcement that he was bound for over there, his admirers believed he was departing to make another Birth of a Nation or Intolerance with all their spectacular elements. The reports coming back from France gave the impression that another fight picture was being prepared, and knowing Griffith's tendency toward warfare, everyone expected a production the ingredients of which would be blood and torture and death. Instead, the first newspaper announcements brought the news that Griffith's latest production was the story of a village. To add to the consternation, Hearts of the World was further described as the sweetest love story ever told. What? Griffith, the first American to enter the front-line trenches of France. Griffith, the man who was born in the atmosphere of war, who had just gone through the smoke and fire of battle, who had actually photographed his scenes on the blood-soaked fields of Flanders. This man coming back to America with a love story, a sweet love story. Impossible. But that was Griffith's surprise. The man who had seen as much in the delicate love of a street singer for a mountain girl as he had in the tremendously spectacular battle scenes in Intolerance, saw also the beauty of France as well as the horror of the war that had come to her people. He saw the glory of her moonlight, the perfume of her blossoms, the charms of her walls and her quiet village streets, the music of her streams and waterfalls, the romance of her sheltered pathways, ways that the legions of Caesar found beautiful centuries ago, roads composed of the very soil that dropped blossoms on the head of Henry of Navarre as he whispered love into the ears of his sweethearts. As the background of this unfolding story of love and tenderness, he produced the World War merely as a symbol, an emblem of militarism. His heroes and heroines represented humanity, his villains militarism. Not once throughout the entire story did he forget this symbolism. One statement of Griffith tells the whole story of Hearts of the World. Quote, "The tale concerns the people to whom war came rather than the war itself," he said. "The story our poor little heroes and heroines tell is the story of truth, unfolded in a land where nothing was impossible, where all the world was a Gethsemane and the earth a forest of crosses on which hung the atoms of broken humanity. In the night outside every man's door anguished voices cry out, 'Whatever the darkness holds, we must take our lantern and go out into it.'" End quote. And that is what Griffith did. He took the lantern, a motion picture one in this instance, and went out into the night of sorrow and despair, and showed to a somewhat lethargic world the fine manhood and womanhood of France and Belgium, the gold of their love, their small troubles as well as their great ones, their high hopes, their light laughter. Hearts of the World was officially shown to the public for the first time at Clune Auditorium, Los Angeles, California, on Tuesday evening, March 12, 1918, although a previous tryout showing took place at Sonoma, California, on the preceding Monday evening. As to the reception of Hearts of the World in Los Angeles, it is perhaps best expressed in the following editorial from the Los Angeles Times of Thursday, March 14th. Quote, "The place where science meets and mingles with fine arts is the motion picture screen. Starting in the first crude beginning as little else than a sublimated peep show, the pictures now are attracting the best brains of the world. Every great feature picture, beginning with Birth of a Nation, has registered some extraordinary advancement. Each new picture drama is waited for as a new milestone along the path. So rapid is the progress. On Tuesday night, D.W. Griffith presented Hearts of the World here for the first time, and the world is already eagerly inquiring, what new thing has it brought to this, the baby of the arts?" Hearts of the World was filmed under extraordinary circumstances. By the favour of the British Foreign Office, Mr. Griffith was permitted to take many of the scenes of the drama in the front line trenches, where his properties were French and British cannon actually hurling shell into the German lines. The music that inspired his actors was the shriek of shrapnel on a mission of death. The villains of the piece were not supers arrayed in the prop costumes. They were real German soldiers, with the fear of death in their hearts and the sound of death in their ears. The Griffith picture is a great drama, as we now discover, not because it was made under fire at the war front, but because it is a wonderfully sweet, human, appealing love story. And with this realization, the artist steps up to the place he should have had this long while, and the mechanic steps down. The mechanical difficulties of motion pictures have been solved. The artistic famine is next to be relieved. Hearts of the World opens up a field of rich promise in this regard. It hints in a striking way of the splendid opportunities that wait for the literary man in the films, yes, and for great actors. Hitherto, picture plays have been sheer melodrama in that they dealt with types rather than characters. There have been very, very good people and very, very bad people. As in the old morality plays, there has been virtue and vice disguised in various personalities. Hearts of the World shows what opportunities there are for real delineations of real people. There is not in all literature a more charming character study than that of the little street singer in Hearts of the World, the debonair little philosopher who holds to the text that if you can't get what you want, then what you can get. There is insouciance and delicate fascination in this little bit of literature that suggests Robert Louis Stevenson's A Lodging for the Night. Hearts of the World sets a new ideal for motion pictures, as have most of the great feature films of the past. Yet it does more. It shows a new way. It turns a leaf. It shows that hereafter the spectacle is to be but a setting. The story is the thing. In the first big days of the films, the stage managers, who had been confined to a 60-foot stage, canvas forests, and armies of a dozen beery supers, went wild when they found real forests and huge armies ready at hand. The spectacular element ran away with pictures. But with this feature play, the story comes into its place again. It is a call for brains. It is a call for authors and for actors as well as directors." End quote. On Tuesday, March 26, 1918, Griffith left Los Angeles for New York, personally acting as the cicerone for this invaluable product. So great had become the excitement in educational, social, and theatrical circles in New York over the prospect of seeing the successor to Birth of a Nation and Intolerance, that it was deemed advisable to give a special private showing before an audience composed entirely of those who had expressed an earnest desire to see Hearts of the World. Consequently, on Thursday evening, April 4, 1918, Hearts of the World was shown at the 44th Street Theater, New York City, before an audience comprising high officials of the United States and Allied governments, municipal and state officials, and people of prominence in all professions and trades. Some idea of the representatives of this audience is shown by the following list of those present: James W. Gerard, United States Ambassador to Germany; Mr. and Mrs. Charles B. Alexander, Mrs. Arthur Scott Burden, Otto Kahn, Adolph Oz, Mr. and Mrs. H. J. Wiggum, Mr. and Mrs. W. Burke Cochran, Mr. and Mrs. Thomas Hastings, Admiral Nathaniel Usher and staff, Mr. and Mrs. Henry G. Gray, Mrs. Parker Breham, Major General William H. Mann, Mr. and Mrs. Condé Nast, Mr. and Mrs. Robert J. Collier, James Montgomery Flagg, Mr. and Mrs. George F. Baker, Jr., Mr. and Mrs. James A. Burton, Miss Ruth Toomley, Miss Harriet Post, Marquis and Marchioness Aberdeen, Miss Mary Alexander, Mrs. May Wilson Preston, John Moffat, Mr. and Mrs. William Randolph Hearst, and Edward Ziegler. The representatives of the British and Canadian governments and Army and Navy officers were Major Norman Thwaites, M.C.O., Consul General Bailey and staff, Henry Good and Geoffrey Butler and staff, Commander Blackford, R.N., Provost Marshal Colonel Hunter, Colonel Clifford and staff, Sir Connop Gutherick, Major Bruman White, Captain V.H. McWilliam, Captain MacDonald, Lieutenant Sharp, John McKinnon Lawson, Lieutenant Chevalier, Lieutenant W.P. McIver, Lieutenant Colonel C.A. Warren, Lieutenant G. Shearies, Captain W.E. Brown, Colonel J.S. Dennis, Captain Seiss, Lieutenant Grossmith, and Lieutenant Crosswell. The theatrical life of New York was represented by Mr. and Mrs. David Belasco, Enrico Caruso, Daniel Froham, Giulio Gatti Casazza, Pasquale Amato, Mr. and Mrs. Morris Guest, Lee Schubert, George M. Cohan, Marshall Nealon, Jacob J. Schubert, William Elliott, Madame Alda, F. Ray Comstock, and Mr. and Mrs. Albert L. Gray. On the following evening, Friday, April 5th, the public premiere occurred. On this night, the 44th Street Theater was completely sold out long before the time scheduled for the opening, and the ticket speculators, uncurbed as they are today, were selling seats for as high as $5 each. But an eager public was not to be disappointed, and the sidewalk merchants did a land office business. Many individuals paid as high as $10 for a single seat. When Mr. Griffith heard of this imposition on the public, he instructed his manager to insert advertisements in the newspapers, warning patrons against the money-grabbing vendors. His managers immediately carried out his instructions, and the next day the following advertisement appeared in every New York newspaper. Warning: the public of New York is respectfully warned that speculators are endeavoring to secure the best seats in the 44th Street Theater. These speculators, in some cases, actually have charged the public the unprecedented sum of $5 a ticket. The management, which sells the best seats to the first person to apply at the box office, is powerless to correct this abuse unless the public itself comes to the rescue. By buying your own tickets in advance, you will best serve your own interests and defeat the speculators. If, when you approach the 44th Street Theater, anyone on the sidewalk endeavors to sell you a ticket in violation of city ordinance, call a policeman. In this way only can the best interests of the public be protected. Inside the theater, the enthusiasm beggared description. Men and women, forgetting or ignoring New York custom, jumped to their feet again and again and cheered the thrilling scenes before them. The old-timers openly declared they never had seen anything like it in the history of the New York stage. After "the end" had been flashed on the screen, the spectators stood and shouted for Griffith until he appeared, nervous and worn, on the stage. He said he had no speech to make, but wished only to thank those present. When he attempted to ask everyone in the audience to pray for and support the men fighting in the war, which he said the passing shadows on the screen represented only in a small way, his voice broke, and he never finished his sentence. It is a tribute to the man and his works to note that although the hour was midnight and the picture was ended, not a person moved to leave the theater until Griffith had disappeared in the wings. The news of the success of Hearts of the World spread to other cities overnight, with the result that Griffith was overwhelmed by telegrams congratulating him on his achievement and requesting that he send his production on the road at the earliest possible moment. The Griffith laboratories in Los Angeles were kept working day and night to supply the demand for subsequent openings. Owing to the enormity of the production, Griffith was compelled to leave New York for Los Angeles on Wednesday, April 10th, personally to attend to the preparation of duplicate prints. On Tuesday evening, April 16th, Hearts of the World was shown at the Majestic Theater, Boston, where an audience that duplicated in size and enthusiasm the scenes being enacted at the 44th Street Playhouse. Its New England success resulted in a prolonged stay of 24 weeks in Boston. Later, openings were arranged in Philadelphia, Chicago, and Pittsburgh, and in each of these cities records were piled up and runs established far beyond Griffith's fondest hopes. In Pittsburgh alone, Hearts of the World broke all records for any theatrical attraction, either of the cinema or the speaking stage, and this record, 16 consecutive weeks, never has been equaled since. Like Tennyson's Brook, Hearts of the World might have run on forever in Pittsburgh had not the opening of the regular theatrical season prevented. and even after its close there, the demand for its return was so insistent that a second engagement was booked, and 6 more weeks were added to the 16, making a total of 22 weeks in all, or 264 performances. The success of Hearts of the World in New York was established by an uninterrupted run of 370 performances at the 44th Street Theater, at the conclusion of which Albert L. Gray, Griffith's general manager, was forced to seek a larger theater to accommodate the crowds. As all the New York theaters were occupied by attractions playing on long-term contracts, the best Mr. Gray could do was a flat 4 weeks' rental of the Knickerbocker Theater, Broadway and 38th Street. He finally accepted this offer, and on Sunday evening, October 7th, after 27 weeks on 44th Street, Hearts of the World began its limited engagement at the Knickerbocker. But even this extension of its run did not provide enough room to accommodate the crowds, and a second theater, the Standard, Broadway and 90th Street, was secured for 2 weeks, beginning Monday, October 21st. Thus the public was afforded the unusual choice of 2 theaters in which to select seats to see one attraction, while Griffith found himself in the novel position of playing in opposition to himself. Following the joint engagement at the Knickerbocker and Standard theaters, the production was shown at the Victory Theater, formerly Miners, 3rd Avenue and 156th Street, where it remained until Saturday evening, December 7th. Meanwhile, a special print had been sent to London, and the cablegrams brought the news of a pronounced triumph at the Palace Theatre there. Perhaps one of the greatest tributes paid to Griffith was contained in a letter from Francis Trevelyan Miller, Lit.D., LL.D., of the Board of Historians, who wrote, under date of April 23, 1918, as follows, quote, "My dear Mr. Griffith, at an editorial conference of the Board of Historians, we discussed the value of your motion picture masterpiece, Hearts of the World, as a permanent contribution to the world's history. It may interest you to know that we agreed your production is the most notable on record that the war has produced. We feel privileged in greeting you as the greatest of war historians. I have come to the conclusion that hereafter history must be divided into 4 epochs: ancient, medieval, modern, and the motion picture, the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, the age of the printed page, and the film age. We find in this stage of inventive genius the great historian of the people, cinematography, of which you, Mr. Griffith, are the first of the great cinema historians. In a single picture you produce a vital human record that embodies the spirit and the soul of the war with deeper reality than all the books combined. This is the position you will occupy in the records of human progress. Cordially yours, Francis Trevelyan Miller." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of David Wark Griffith, A Brief Sketch of His Career, by Robert Edgar Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Mary Schneider. Chapter 11, A Short Story Series. This man never should be allowed to make pictures for money. He should be endowed. The entire motion picture industry should get back of him with its pocketbook, and allow him to be independent of all financial worries. Then and then only will the motion picture be lifted out of commercialism and become an art. The speaker was one of New York's most prominent theatrical producers, and this man referred to was D.W. Griffith. When Griffith heard of the statement, he smiled. "It is a very beautiful compliment," he said, "but I must go on making money in order to have enough to produce the things closer to my heart. It is along such lines that I am working now, and the one reward I have in making money is that I may have enough to spend in producing better pictures in the days to come." Those who are in a position to know the ramifications of the Griffith finances are responsible for the statement that he would have been a richer man by at least $1 million had he remained in America and been satisfied to make a series of short program pictures, instead of going to France and personally spending hundreds of thousands of dollars of his own private fortune in securing the scenes for Hearts of the World. While this production in its first year showed a handsome profit, it never could have repaid Griffith in dollars and cents for the loss of health and strength he suffered in the very jaws of death while producing it. He felt amply compensated, however, in the happiness it brought to the mothers and the fathers, the wives and the sweethearts of those who fought the battle for freedom on the glory fields of France. The letters of appreciation he received from the relatives of the boys over there are among his most treasured possessions. But Griffith had to have money. He had to enter into a contract to make a series of short story productions in order to have a surplus fund sufficient to produce another super picture to follow The Birth of a Nation, Intolerance, and Hearts of the World. No sooner had he arrived back in Los Angeles than he plunged into the work of turning out these smaller productions. The Great Love was the immediate successor to Hearts of the World. This picture, and by many considered one of his finest creations, had a cast of players made notable by the appearance of many members of British royalty and men and women prominent socially in England. A glance at a few of the names of those who posed before the Griffith camera is sufficient to establish the extraordinary personnel. These included Queen Alexandra, Lady Diana Manners, Princess of Monaco, Elizabeth Asquith, Countess of Drogheda, Countess of Mazarine, Honourable Mrs. Montague, Miss Violet Keppel, Miss Betty-Ann Stewart Wortley, and Lady Lavery, all of whom appeared in behalf of war charities, and by their presence on the screen demonstrated the splendid part the women of England played in the work of winning the war. The Great Love was first shown at the Strand Theatre in New York on Sunday, August 11, 1918, with the following Griffith players in the cast: Lillian Gish, Robert Harron, Henry B. Walthall, Rosemary Thebe, George Fawcett, George Siegman, Mansfield Stanley, and Gloria Hope. Owing to the tremendous amount of work in hand, Griffith did not come to New York for this opening, but remained in Los Angeles and busied himself with the details of his next offering. That he was an exceedingly busy man became evident on December 22, 1918, just 4 months and 12 days from the opening of The Great Love, when he again presented a new production at the Strand Theatre, this time The Greatest Thing in Life. Of this offering the New York Morning Telegraph said, quote, "It meant Griffith in one of his happy moments. We had been led to believe Mr. Griffith had risen to heights far beyond the usual picture designated by the producer to complete a set program, and we were right in our diagnosis of the case. The Greatest Thing in Life assuredly is not in the class of the average program attraction. Its scenes stand out on the screen like choice steel engravings." End quote. Griffith gave many convincing touches of heart interest to this story, several of them so deftly executed that it seemed impossible to believe they had been planned and rehearsed beforehand. One of these, a scene between a Negro and a white man in a shell hole on the battlefields, was so tremendously effective as to cause audible weeping throughout the theatre. There were many diverse opinions as to just what Griffith considered the greatest thing in life, and these brought forth a wealth of discussion. But the particular thing the producer undoubtedly meant was unselfishness. The scene wherein a white soldier turned and kissed the cheek of his dying Negro companion visualized the transformation of a haughty snob into a human being, whose realization of the brotherhood of man found its expression in this act of love and tenderness. Down in the mud and reek of the trenches, he learned that there is a greater aristocracy than that of selfish wealth, an aristocracy of love for one's fellow man, of whatever creed or color, an aristocracy of unselfishness. Among the players who helped to make The Greatest Thing in Life an entertainment of unusual power were Lillian Gish, Robert Harron, Adolph Lestina, Elmo Lincoln, Edward Peel, Kate Bruce, Little Peaches Jackson, and David Butler. Griffith turned to just simple folk for the characters in his next story, A Romance of Happy Valley. He selected for his locale a small country town in Kentucky, and here he weaved a tale of love between an ambitious country boy and a neighbor's daughter. One unforgettable scene reproduced an old-time revival meeting with such fidelity and sympathetic treatment one almost could hear the fervent cries of "Glory to God! Praise the Lord! Amen! Alleluia!" as the prominent country boy came forward and had his sins forgiven. The writer happened to be at the Griffith studio in Los Angeles on the day this scene was rehearsed, and in common with everyone else present was forced to tears by the compelling and impassioned appeal of Griffith, who, standing at an improvised pulpit, faced his audience, an audience, by the way, composed of extra people who are not especially noted for their susceptibility where emotions are concerned, and in a remarkably tender, soft voice pleaded with them to come to the altar and give their hearts to God. Griffith's power over his hearers was uncanny in its hypnotic influence. He was irresistible. It was as if a light had broken into the darkened room and flashed its searching rays on the one besetting sin in the heart of each of those present. "That man," said one of a party of guests, "had he gone into the ministry instead of the picture business, would have become another Dwight Moody." As a matter of fact, Griffith was reviving an episode in his own life. He was born and raised in the Methodist faith, and everyone born and raised in the Methodist faith must necessarily have gone through a camp meeting scene, not once but many times. "When I decided to become an actor," he explains, "my name was crossed off the church list back there in my Kentucky home. But the Methodists have changed their mind about their renegade son, for I have had the pleasure of being invited to make motion pictures of the Methodist conventions. And I have changed my mind about the Methodists, too. At a certain point in my career I looked upon Methodists as narrow-minded and provincial. Now it is with a feeling of admiration and pride that I go among them, all prejudice aside, and find that our work can be combined for the good of all." New York and every other principal city, and not a few small towns, adopted a Romance of Happy Valley as their own lost child, and the plain little story of plain little people found a welcome in which was revived memories of days long past and gone. New York first saw this Griffith play at the Strand Theater on January 24, 1919, and it proved one of the most favored of the season's attractions. It has been said of Griffith that never in his entire career has he produced poor work. He himself might smile a little at this, for in looking back over his earlier days, he is not so sure that he did not make several very serious mistakes. "What man has not?" he asks. "I used to think several of the old Biograph pictures were rather good, but everything has changed since then. The acting, the methods of photography, the scenic effects, everything." It would seem that in the rush to get out his program pictures, Griffith might have been tempted to slight a little here, to trim them down a little there, to cheat on the intricate detail of this or that scene, or to leave the minor portions to a subordinate. But such did not prove to be the case. His series of short story photoplays were in every particular up to the high standard of perfection maintained in his big special productions. In reviewing his new offerings, The Girl Who Stayed at Home, which opened at the Strand Theater on March 23, 1919, the New York Times devoted nearly an entire column to the fact that Griffith had not slowed down in his attention to detail. "It is a pleasure to record," wrote the critic, "that his latest work, The Girl Who Stayed at Home, satisfies every expectation. Judged by the Griffith standard, it is good. In some ways it even adds to the producer's long list of achievements. For one thing, Griffith does in it what he usually requires a longer photoplay for. He weaves several stories together in the same plot, and preserves unity at the same time, using one story to heighten the suspense of the other. Finally, he brings all his narrative threads together at an even end. He never has done this so well before in a photoplay designed for routine exhibition. This film has all the scope and wealth of treatment that might be put into a superfilm, although a regular release. No pictures seem to have the perspective of Griffith's. Some of them are practically stereoscopic. His development of the close-up makes the action more eloquent by keeping it in its environment. It preserves the continuity of the story, and it adds smoothness and beauty to the picture as a whole. End quote. It was in The Girl Who Stayed at Home that Miss Clarine Seymour made her first appearance as a Griffith player. As the cutie beautiful of the story, she won instant favor and took her rightful place among the Griffith favorites. Another youthful girl of delightful charm was Miss Carol Dempster. This also was Miss Dempster's first important work for Griffith, although in A Romance of Happy Valley she had a very small part, her very first before a camera. Other players included Richard Barthelmess, Robert Harron, Adolphe Listina, George Fawcett, Kate Bruce, David Butler, and Edward Peel. Griffith had become so impressed by the reception accorded A Romance of Happy Valley that he decided to give the public another simple little love story, and acted in an obscure but estimable village, in this instance a Middle Western town. This story Griffith called True Heart Susie, as homely a narrative as a God Bless Our Home motto on a parlor wall or a kerosene lamp in the kitchen. True Heart Susie entered New York at a time when tender little love stories were as scarce as red-headed Chinamen. By virtue of its very simplicity and beauty, it shone forth like a lily in a mud puddle. The critics took it to their hearts and raved over it, as they say on Broadway. Mr. Tom Oliphant of the New York Evening Mail advanced the opinion that True Heart Susie was as enduring as George Eliot's Middlemarch or Dickens's A Christmas Carol. It is the kind of story, he wrote, that makes you laugh and cry without glancing shamefacedly over your shoulder to see whether your next seat neighbor is doing likewise. Griffith's entire freedom from all straining for effects was perhaps the outstanding feature of True Heart Susie. True to a Shakespearean ideal, he held the mirror up to nature, that all might see the reflection of that which has happened in every life, not once but many times, is still happening, and always will happen, to those whose hearts are light beneath the white moon or romance. Even his unpretentious little story, a story of a faithful little Susie who waited patiently at home for the boy of her heart, was compared to Griffith's far more prodigious works. It brings meaningful humanity to the screen, was the tribute of the New York Times, more nearly pure, less mixed with artificiality than ever has been in motion picture, except in other works by Mr. Griffith, with which it holds its own. Lillian Gish and Robert Harron play the rural lovers like a couple from an old daguerreotype brought to life on the screen, was the statement of Alison Smith in the New York Evening Globe. As when Hearts of the World was appearing at 2 New York theaters at one time, so with True Heart Susie, Griffith again found himself in a similar position. His Susie opened at the Strand Theatre on the first day of June 1919, at which time the Griffith repertory season was in its 4th week at George M. Cohan's Theatre, just 4 blocks away. The Griffith repertory season, but that is a separate story. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of David Wark Griffith, A Brief Sketch of His Career, by Robert Edgar Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mary Schneider. Chapter 12, The Griffith Repertory. New York, particularly theatrical New York, is accustomed to sudden announcements. As far back as the old repertoire days, when the leading man of the company would come out before the curtain and announce "Tomorrow night, East Lynne," the habitual theater-goer was fortified against unexpected and extravagant proclamations anent the stage. Wily press agents have a weakness for innovations, departures, startling surprises, and sensations, which accounts for the lethargy of the New York public when suddenly confronted by a newspaper story which in a less susceptible community would justify a call for the police and the fire department. Such announcements as the arrival at a prominent hotel of some 100 or more gallons of milk to be used for milady's beauty bath, or the covering of an entire thoroughfare with 6 inches of tan bark to deaden the noise of passing trucks and thereby save milady's nerves, the sudden disappearance of $150,000 more or less worth of jewelry, or the decision on the part of Eddie Foy to play Hamlet. Such announcements were accepted merely as trifles in the news of a busy day. But on Friday, February 7, 1919, there appeared in the New York Evening Mail a brief news item which actually did cause blasé New York to sit up straight and look again. The announcement read as follows, quote, "For the first time in the history of motion pictures, a repertory season of screen productions will soon occupy the attention of New York's playgoers and motion picture fans. David Wark Griffith is the producer, and a Broadway theater will be the home of this newest of ideas in connection with the film industry. Not only will Mr. Griffith present The Birth of a Nation, Intolerance, and Hearts of the World, but revivals of earlier Griffith works will be featured as a part of the repertory idea. A number of new productions will be shown for the first time in the East, including The Fall of Babylon, recently presented in Los Angeles. No date has been definitely set for the opening of the repertory season, but it is understood that Mr. Griffith will come to New York and personally direct the enterprise." End quote. Had a bomb been thrown into theatrical circles, it could not have caused greater excitement than this simple statement of facts. The following Sunday found lengthy articles about the Griffith repertory in the theatrical sections of all the newspapers. The moving picture trade publications also devoted considerable space to the innovation. One of these, the Exhibitor's Trade Review, featuring it in a scarehead reading, "That Griffith chap is hot for new stuff." The New York Times later devoted 1/4 of a page to the subject, announcing, "Lo, the movies have achieved revivals," and asking the following question, quote, "Who called the movie the roughneck of the arts? Let him stand and answer. Does a roughneck art have revivals? Does a roughneck art have old masters? Does a roughneck art have vintage pictures? Does a roughneck theater have repertory?" End quote. On Saturday, March 15th, the New York Review devoted its entire editorial column to the Griffith repertory, stating under the headline, "Worthy of Mr. Griffith," quote, "Significant in that it heralds the dawn of a new era in the motion picture world, an evolution, is the announcement that David Wark Griffith will this spring open a repertory season of his productions, old and new, taking over a prominent New York playhouse for the purpose, and presenting a change of bill daily, weekly, or as the public may determine. D.W. Griffith has been conspicuous for many splendid ideas for the advancement and proper dignity of the motion picture, but it is doubtful whether he ever advanced a more worthwhile idea than this original one of presenting a repertory of screen plays. It is not surprising that Mr. Griffith thus should take the film seriously, for he has been quite the most serious producer associated with that great industry. Equally important and significant is the further announcement that Mr. Griffith, recognizing that in the future there must be a closer relation and connection between the movies and the talkies, will introduce as part of the repertory idea several one-act plays, prologues, and pantomimes to be given in conjunction with the screen revivals." End quote. Here was something entirely new and original in the world history of the moving picture. Never before had anyone attempted to conduct a repertory season in which would be revived former screen successes along with new productions. Nor had anyone attempted to bring into closer relationship the stage and the screen, thus demonstrating the bond of kinship between the spoken drama and the lights and shadows of the silver screen. In thus again becoming a pioneer and hot for new stuff, Griffith ran a tremendous risk, a hazard of peculiar dangers. It was all right to stand or fall on a new production, but the revivals... There had been reissues of certain photoplays, but these could not properly be called revivals. Most of these reissues had been intended merely for second-class trade, while others had been pirated editions of a former established success. Whatever they had not been revivals, restored to the screen because of their producers' faith in their enduring quality, power, and artistic worth. If ever a man went through the acid test of faith in his own works, Griffith experienced it in contemplating the restoration of picture plays long since placed on the dusty shelf of time. He fully realized the difference between stage and screen revivals. He was aware of the impracticability of rewriting his stories, replenishing his old scenery and settings with newer and more costly material, or rehearsing his players again to allow them to improve a given scene. He knew, too, that he could not recast his plays, substituting players better fitted for the parts than those of the original cast might have been. He knew that photoplays remained the same, whether shown 10 years ago or now. And what mistakes may have been made in the earlier days would have to pass before the critical eyes of present-day audiences. Whatever crudities in acting, in style of dress, in furnishings, would have to remain unchanged. Hence the revival of a photoplay, if it is to survive at all, must silently testify to the ability of the actors and the director originally identified with it. Griffith knew all this, but back of the knowledge was his belief that the old pictures possessed an enduring quality, and the actors an enduring genius. That he was right in his faith became evident during the course of his repertory season. On Tuesday evening, May 13, 1919, the Griffith Repertory opened in George M. Cohan's Theater, Broadway and 43rd Street. The initial offering was Broken Blossoms, a poetic tragedy of China and the London slums, based on Thomas Burke's story The Chink and the Child, from that writer's Limehouse Nights series, and presented by the following cast: Lillian Gish, Richard Barthelmess, Donald Crisp, Arthur Howard, Edward Peel, George Barringer, and Norman Selby, Kid McCoy. New York had seen many first nights, but never in the history of the theater had a more distinguished audience assembled than that which poured into George M. Cohan's theater to pay tribute to David Wark Griffith. Among those present at the premiere were Sir Thomas Lipton and party, William Gibbs McAdoo and Mrs. McAdoo, Mr. Robert L. Moran, Mr. Frank Dowling, Judge and Mrs. Joseph E. Corrigan, Senator and Mrs. Martin Sachs, Mr. and Mrs. Henry Phipps, Dr. Stuart G. Giboney, General and Mrs. George R. Smith, Mr. and Mrs. William P. Hamilton, Mr. and Mrs. Kenyon B. Conger, Mr. Charles Dana Gibson, Mr. and Mrs. Joseph Hamlin Sears, Mr. and Mrs. Douglas L. Ellman, and Mr. and Mrs. Nathan Stratus, Colonel and Mrs. Richard Harrison Rhodes, Emma Kip Edwards, Mr. and Mrs. Littleton Fox, Mr. and Mrs. James H. Collins, Judge Martin T. Manton, Mr. and Mrs. James Preston, Judge and Mrs. Ernest Heppenheimer, Mr. and Mrs. C. A. Mackenzie, James A. Tower, Mr. and Mrs. Guillermo A. Prawl, Dr. Christian F. Reisner, the Reverend C. C. Marshall, Mr. H. E. Law, Mr. and Mrs. Don Barber, Rabbi Joseph Silverman, Mr. Robert E. Livingston, Major and Mrs. Robert Hughes, Mr. and Mrs. Alexander Trowbridge, Mr. Harry G. Musgrave, Mrs. George B. Post, Mr. Francis W. Crowninshield, and Mr. and Mrs. Ben Ali Hagen. Mr. Richard Barthelmess and Miss Lillian Gish, the chink and the child of the story, also were present in the audience, as were many prominent players and directors. The introduction of the Griffith Repertory and the premiere of Broken Blossoms will go down in history as having established two distinct departures in the world of the stage and the cinema. The joint success was little short of a sensation, and the comments of the night of May 13th and those which followed already have taken their place among the finest expressions of praise ever accorded any man in any profession. Perhaps the most significant compliment paid to Griffith was the presence in the theater of all the dramatic as well as the motion picture critics of the newspapers and magazines, as well as many students of art and music. That these writers and art critics were tremendously impressed both by the repertory idea and the magnificent production is made evident by the following composite review. It is not too much to say Broken Blossoms is the most artistic photoplay yet produced. From the Evening Sun. It is as if Dickens had spoken by means of the camera. Moreover, there is a glamour here as if Pierre Loti or Victor Hugo had joined forces with Mr. Griffith. Is it any wonder that Broken Blossoms is a masterpiece of the film? Evening Telegram. It is a thing of rare and haunting charm. Evening Post. Mr. Griffith should think of a new name for his work, along with a new synonym for the word photoplay, because his productions are so different from those of other directors that they require a separate classification. The Herald. Such art, so real one can think only of the classics and of the masterly paintings remembered through the ages. So exquisite, so fragile, so beautifully and fragrantly poetic is Broken Blossoms, Morning Telegraph. It is the most beautiful motion picture we ever have seen or ever expect to see. When it was over, we wanted to rush up to everyone we met and cry, "Oh, don't miss it, don't miss it." If we were a director, we should give up all idea of ever trying to be original, and spend the rest of our time trying to make something as nearly as possible like this wonderful, fragile thing that Mr. Griffith has done. For the last 2 years we have seen at least one picture a day, yet with Broken Blossoms we sat on the edge of our seat, one hand grasping the arm, the other crushing a wet handkerchief, and trembled and grew hysterical over what we saw before us. The Tribune. He has far exceeded the power of the written word. It would be impossible for the greatest master of language to picture the emotions as Griffith has perpetuated them. The New York Call. Not a movie melodrama with an unhappy ending, but a sincere human tragedy. That is what Mr. Griffith has had the capacity and the courage to produce. All his mastery of picture making, the technique that is preeminently his by invention and control, the skill and subtlety with which he can unfold a story, has gone into the making of Broken Blossoms. It is a masterpiece in moving pictures. The Times. The drama moves with the cumulative sense of the inevitable handed down from Euripides, told with the emotional flourish and real artistry of this producer. It is a notable achievement in motion pictures. The Sun. Mr. Griffith has given the incidents of Mr. Burke's story more reality, more adequate expression than could have been found in any form of stage presentation. His story moves forward with the force and suspense of a Greek tragedy. Broken Blossoms is the art of the photoplay revealed at the hand of the master of that art. It is Mr. Griffith's greatest triumph. The Evening Mail. It is a gem, and Mr. Griffith requires new laurels as a producer virtuoso. This photoplay marks a new epoch in moving pictures, and no one who is interested in the higher art of the screen should fail to see Broken Blossoms. The Evening Sun. Mr. Griffith has added strangely appealing touches that make the child akin to little Nell. It is the simple, pathetic incidents of the story, incidents like that never-to-be-forgotten smile of the girl, that makes Broken Blossoms a great picture. The new photographic inventions. The lighting effects of this exquisite vignette at London's Chinatown open a new horizon for motion pictures, and establish Mr. Griffith as the master etcher of the screen. Evening Sun. Especially beautiful are its sepia scenes against blue backgrounds. The World. It should be with us a long time to teach other screen impresarios how photoplay can be made an art. New York Call. No word of ours can do justice to the photographic effects, which are like beautiful paintings put on with an impressionistic touch. Morning Telegraph. Many of the pictures surpass anything hitherto seen on the screen in beauty and dramatic force. The Times. The photoplay is a delight. American. The screen was always bathed with a curious vibrant mauve, while the inner core of the picture itself shimmered with a salmon pink. Sun. Such photography we did not dream existed. It was soft and hazy and blue and roseate, but what is the use? Words can't tell anything about the picture. Tribune. The New York newspaper reviews were followed by an influx of letters from prominent men and women in every walk of life, foremost among which was the one from Charles Hanson Towne, editor of McClure's magazine. Mr. Towne's comments in part follow. Quote, Dear Mr. Griffith, I never have cared for motion pictures. So many of them are cheap and tawdry, and the stories seem to have so little relation to life as it is. But the other day I went to see Broken Blossoms at the George M. Cohan Theater, and I stand converted. If stories can be told in this wonderful way upon the screen, then a new art has indeed arrived, an art as important as that of poetry or music. I could find no single flaw in the presentation. As for what you have done to make this picture the living thing that it is, I have no words to express my admiration. It is the greatest step forward that we have known. You have immortalized yourself. I feel that a new era has dawned. Signed, Charles Hanson Towne. End quote. Later, the Literary Digest, June 14, 1919, said editorially, quote, "In one day the screen jumped 5 years. Such a paragon is not the mere jargon it sounds, but the tribute of the most appreciative of the reviewers." End quote. Although it had been Griffith's plan to change the productions weekly during the repertory, the demand for seats to see Broken Blossoms was so great as to persuade him to keep it on for at least a second week. Each Thursday afternoon for the next 10 weeks it would be decided to withdraw Broken Blossoms and substitute another production on the following Monday. But each time the public demand prevailed, and it was not until the afternoon of Thursday the 17th that Griffith was permitted to announce a successor to the initial program. The second offering in the repertory was The Fall of Babylon, an expansion and amplification of the Babylonian story originally presented as a part of Intolerance. This production continued for a period covering 42 performances, although it might have remained a greater length of time had not the preparations for the repertory and the fact that the new winter theatrical season came on apace prevented an extension. The final 2 offerings of the season included a revival of Hearts of the World, August 11 to 16 inclusive, and The Mother and the Law, August 17 to 22 inclusive, the latter based on the modern story from Intolerance. The Griffith repertory established 2 definite departures. It proved through the introduction of various stage features that the spoken drama could be intelligently and successfully linked up with the motion picture as a joint entertainment, and that the public was ready to receive tragedy in motion pictures. Those 2 facts stood out dominantly as perhaps the most significant features of the entire New York season. Particularly did Broken Blossoms prove beyond doubt that the days of the pink sponge cake variety of cinema entertainment soon was to become a thing of the past. The public had received this powerful tragedy with all the warmth of enthusiasm possible to express, and again hailed Griffith as the pioneer in his chosen calling, a pioneer who had the courage to stand back of a story that was as exemplary of tragedy as were any of the works of the Greeks, of Shakespeare, of Edgar Allan Poe, or of Dickens. Griffith's achievement was perhaps best defined by Amy Leslie, one of America's foremost dramatic critics, who wrote, quote, "Griffith is the most imaginative and sane American who ever revolutionized the theater when it needed an emancipator." End quote. Repertory seasons somewhat similar to that inaugurated in New York were introduced in Philadelphia, Boston, and Chicago, and met with the same cordial support as the original one. Broken Blossoms became the sensation of the motion picture world and established records for attendance in Cleveland, Pittsburgh, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and practically every city where it was shown. It is significant also to note that when it was revived at the Strand Theater in New York 6 months after its introduction at George M. Cohan's theater, it broke all previous Strand records. It also becomes a matter of record that Broken Blossoms established the highest price ever paid to see a motion picture entertainment. Throughout its engagement at George M. Cohan's theater, the public gladly paid $3 a seat for the choice locations, and during the earlier weeks several speculators charged as high as $10 for a single seat. As with all great innovations, Broken Blossoms provoked its full share of scoffers and croakers. Many said it would not last a week, while others shook their heads in derision at the idea of the public accepting any picture devoid of the usual happy ending. But the prophets and the wiseacres long since have taken to cover, and Broken Blossoms has gone down in theatrical history as one of the most pronounced successes ever achieved. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of David Wark Griffith, A Brief Sketch of His Career, by Robert Edgar Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mary Schneider. Chapter 13 An Adventure at Sea. The moment D.W. Griffith was satisfied with the launching of his repertory season in New York, he left for his Los Angeles studio, where he immediately began his new photoplay, Scarlet Days. This production, manufactured out of history and imagination, mirrored truthfully the old days of '49, when California was the Mecca of every bold adventurer, every criminal and gambler, as well as those fine souls who joined the caravans to the setting sun. Scarlet Days opened at the Rivoli Theater, New York City, on Sunday, November 9, 1919, with the following cast: Richard Barthelmess, Carol Dempster, Clarine Seymour, Walter Long, George Fawcett, Ralph Graves, Eugenie Besserer, Rhea Haynes, Herbert Such, Kate Bruce, Wilbur Higbee, Kate Tonneray, and others. One of the New York critics, in reviewing Scarlet Days, said, quote, "Surely D.W. Griffith must secretly hope to achieve a failure some day. The paeans of praise that rise regularly as a Griffith production is offered to the public must become monotonous to a nature in which the values of contrast is highly developed. But Mr. Griffith's desire, if such desire he cherish, must remain unfulfilled. Artistry will out, and it is improbable that he could produce a commonplace photoplay if he wanted to. Scarlet Days has been refined by the producer's art. Considering the quality of the material with which he worked, this photodrama merits classification among the best productions that have come from Mr. Griffith's studio. Indeed, because of this very fact, I am not sure that it is not Mr. Griffith's most notable achievement." End quote. Griffith returned to New York from the Pacific Coast in time to see Scarlet Days presented at the Rivoli Theater, and incidentally to supervise certain construction work on his new studio buildings at Mamaroneck, New York, contracts for which were placed during his absence. He also brought the print of another new production, which he had decided to call The Greatest Question, because of an element of spiritualism interwoven into the story. In dividing his time between the work of putting finishing touches to The Greatest Question and visiting his new studios, Griffith remained in the East until Monday, November 17th, when he departed for Florida to secure scenes for 2 new productions. When Griffith and his party left New York on this trip, little did they know it was to become as near the greatest adventure as it is possible for mortal man to approach. The story of the trip, together with the harrowing experiences accompanying it, is best told in the following account by Mr. Hector Fuller, who was deputized by Mr. Albert L. Gray, general manager for Griffith, to give the facts accurately and truthfully. Quote, "No story is harder to read than the twice-told tale. No story is harder to write. And yet, because the story of the extremely hazardous voyage of the Grey Duck across the New Providence Channel from the Florida coast to the Bahama Islands, on which passage the noted screen producer, David Wark Griffith, and party of 36 were cast away in a heavy gale, has only been narrated in piecemeal, it is fitting that this story, the first news of which aroused and evoked the sympathy of the civilized world, should be truthfully set down. I had just arrived in New York from the Pacific Coast after an absence of 3 months, when every morning newspaper in the city flared with big headlines to the effect that D.W. Griffith and his party had been lost at sea. The news was that they had sailed for Miami, Florida on Wednesday, December 10th, bound for Nassau on the Bahama island of New Providence, on board a former private yacht, the Grey Duck, now known as Rosanda. In smooth weather and in a seaworthy vessel, this passage across the Gulf Stream should be made in 12 to 15 hours. When Friday night, December 12th, arrived, and nothing had been heard of the arrival of the party, an alarm was sent out, and the first news that Mr. Griffith and his party of ladies and gentlemen were missing was known to the world. The first word received in New York came from Mr. Lee Smith, one of Mr. Griffith's assistant directors. His message was dated Miami, Florida, December 12, 3 p.m. He said, quote, "Mr. Griffith out 48 hours, no word. They should have arrived Nassau in 12 hours. If I get no report in morning, we'll send out flying boat." End quote. The first news was published by the enterprising Miami Herald, the editor of which, Mr. John Stoneman, detailed a force of men to gather what news was to be had along the Miami waterfront. All that could possibly be done in Miami was done. An appeal was made to the Aero Limited, which has just established a flying station at Miami, and without any delay their hydroplanes took to the air in search of the missing party. At the same time, U.S. naval subchasers, which were in port both in Miami and Palm Beach, steamed out to sea to search among the number of keys. In addition, the Berry Island, a freight and passenger craft which plies between Nassau and Miami, was chartered to aid in the search. She had on board of her Mr. Richard Barthelmess, Mr. and Mrs. Paul Allen, Tom Griffin, Max Sharansky, W. Thorne, H. Raven, J. Walters, Kate Bruce, Adolph Leston, W. Kolomoku, E. and W. James, E. H. Loafer, and W. L. Freeman. It was quite plain that the vessel could do little but steam the regular course to Nassau, taking the Florida Channel to the north. They looked in vain for the gray duck, but landed the passengers safely at Nassau after a tempestuous passage, and steamed right back to Miami. They had seen nothing of the missing craft. Each report that reached Miami from the searchers were discouraging. The aviators had flown high over the group of keys known as the Berry Islands. They had seen no craft at all, but all agreed that they had never seen the waters of the Gulf Stream in such a fury, the high waves burying the smaller keys under boiling, surging masses of angry surf. When Aero Limited Hydroplane No. 4 returned to Miami Saturday night, its pilot Cobb and its navigator Bob Dewey reported they had seen a naval subchaser in the neighborhood of the famous Hen and Chicken Shoals, but had seen nothing of the gray duck. As it afterward developed, the gray duck was even then laying under the lee of Whale Key, seeking moderation from the gale, and Mr. Griffith and members of his party had seen the aeroplane overhead, but had no means of signaling. And that subchaser in the northward No. 320 AR, searching vainly among the uncharted keys, lost her bearings and was herself piloted out of grave danger by another of the Aero Limited planes, piloted by Lieutenant Reinhardt of the British Royal Air Service. In New York by this time the friends of Mr. Griffith were in despair. Honorable William Gibbs McAdoo, counsel for Mr. Griffith, telegraphed a special report to Honorable Josephus Daniels, Secretary of the Navy, setting forth the distressing facts and asking the aid of the U.S. naval forces in Florida waters. Already the Navy had been on the job, but with fine alacrity Secretary Daniels set off word that efforts of rescue must be redoubled. On Sunday morning Mr. Albert L. Gray, Mr. Griffith's general manager in New York, got a wire from Fort Lauderdale, dated December 14, 9:30 a.m., which read, quote, "Boat just reported not for sure. Flying boat and subchaser making for location." End quote. It was just about the time this false rumor was received that the gray duck was pounding her way slowly into sight of the low-lying island of New Providence. They limped into the beautiful harbor of Nassau that Sunday evening, and shortly before midnight the enterprising Miami Herald got a radiogram from Nassau bearing the first news of the safety of the party. The day after the news of Mr. Griffith's safe arrival at Nassau had been published to the world, I started south. What were the facts? The fact was, Mr. D.W. Griffith, engaged in making a new picture for the first National Exhibitor Circuit, had taken several scenes of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and then, as his picture deals with life in the South Seas, he wanted to get over to the Bahamas to get the necessary atmosphere for the final scenes, hoping to be back in New York for Christmas Day. Now, since the Great War, the Bahamas have been left pretty much alone. Very few boats of any sort have touched there. The big Flagler Hotel has not been opened and will not be opened. The export and import trade of New Providence have fallen away to nothing, and for the bulk of the natives as a result, there has come poverty almost unbelievable. Regular passenger service between Miami and Nassau stopped and has only just been resumed. One or two venturous gasoline boats take occasional passengers. The bulk of the trade is carried intermittently by the Berry Island, a small steamer, formerly a yacht, now commanded by a Greek. It is a boat filthy beyond description, condemned as unseaworthy and unsafe, and with insufficient lifeboats, having on board only 2 life preservers, and allowed to sail on the voyage which took myself and several other passengers to Nassau, after the United States government steamboat inspectors from Jacksonville had demanded and received from His Britannic Majesty's Vice Consul an official letter exonerating them from the blame if anything happens. That, then, being the condition, it is plain to be seen what sort of problem confronted Mr. Griffith when he wished so earnestly and imperatively to get his company and himself from Miami to Nassau. The problem was perhaps the more acute for the reason that not all of these in Mr. Griffith's party were members of his company. Some of them were his guests, some were strangers. Those in his immediate party were Mr. and Mrs. Elmer Clifton, Miss Carol Dempster, John Lloyd, Mr. Griffith's personal representative, J.A. Manning, treasurer of the company, Mr. and Mrs. Herbert Such, Mr. and Mrs. G.W. Blitzer. Mr. Blitzer is the chief cinematographer for Mr. Griffith. W.J. Reed, mayor of Fort Lauderdale, and his 16-year-old daughter Marion. George Macquarrie, Porter Strong, F. Steffs, Thelma Pattern, and F. Summers. Casting about for a boat on which to get to Nassau, the representatives of Mr. Griffith came across the Grey Duck. This boat is not unknown in New York waters. Built in one of the Connecticut yards, she was, until last season, kept in Long Island Sound, near Greenwich, Connecticut. There she should have stayed, rather than have ventured out to sea. She is a gasoline engine boat, built for the inland waters. She is 60 foot over all and over-engined, equipped with engines of 200 horsepower that in themselves are too powerful for the craft. The engines are set so far forward as to give so frail a boat no chance to breast such heavy seas as any sane sailor might reasonably expect to meet in the Florida Channel in December, when the northeasters churn up the waters of the Gulf Stream into waves as high and choppy as can be met with only in the bays of Biscay or of Fundy. Add to this the fact that those in charge of her had thoughtlessly stowed their heavy anchors on deck, right in the eyes of the boat, thus weighing her bow still further down, and it is little wonder the Grey Duck made nasty weather out of the storm they ran into. I learned there were 3 marine engineers in Miami who had examined the engines of the Grey Duck, and each had frankly declined to venture to sea in such a craft. As to the weather during the days Mr. Griffith was battling for his passage to Nassau, the storm that was in the Gulf did not hit the town with its full force, sheltered to an extent as the town is behind keys and islands, so that the inhabitants of Miami were not keen to believe stories of probable disaster at sea. But about the time the Grey Duck started on her voyage, there came into port a boat, the Maisie A., whose master, Sat Pappas, a Greek, said his trip from the Bahamas was the worst he had ever experienced in 15 years' sailing of those waters. All incoming seamen reported heavy seas and high winds, and weatherwise masters of cargo vessels safe in Biscayne Bay refused to leave port. All this, there is every reason to believe, was quite unknown to Mr. Griffith. He and his company were at Fort Lauderdale, so busy trying to get finished by Christmas Day that by special dispensation they had a court deputy from Miami sent out to them to take their depositions regarding the necessary passports for the party. None of them, not even Mr. Griffith, saw the Grey Duck before they went on board. The Grey Duck was under the command of Mr. Burton Mank, who was in process of negotiation for her purchase when he took charge of her, her name being changed to Rosanda, that name being now painted on her bow. Mr. Mank was formerly a theatrical man, owned some theatrical property in Miami, and is the lessee of the Lucerne Hotel at Nassau, the only hotel running now that the Flagler is closed. What Mr. Manx's qualification as sea-going master of a craft such as the Grey Duck is, no one seems to know, but it is to be presumed that he had a certificate of some sort. At any rate, he was in charge of the boat. With Mr. Manx was a party of friends, some of them people he had engaged for a cabaret show at the Lucerne Hotel. One of them, Abraham Hamburg, left Nassau in the Berry Island when I did, and claimed that he had acted as cook on the Grey Duck on her fateful voyage, though he really had been engaged as singer for the cabaret. I heard that it was one of Mr. Griffith's players who had cooked a mess of biscuits for the party out of one small sack of flour they were able to obtain on Whale Key. At any rate, if Mr. Abraham Hamburg's cooking was no better than his singing, of which he gave us several samples gratis on the Berry Island, then it is no longer a wonder that the whole of Mr. Griffith's party landed at Nassau suffering from severe indigestion. The rest of Mr. Burton Manx's party comprised Edward Philpott, Charles Snyder, Logan B. Billingsley, Hattie Billingsley, and one or two others. The Grey Duck had sleeping accommodations for 6, lifeboats sufficient to care for a crowded 12, food for 1 day, and a carboy of fresh water containing about 2 gallons or less. That was the condition when they put to sea on Wednesday, December 10th at 3:30 p.m. Anyone who is familiar with the Florida coast knows that once out of Biscayne Bay, through the narrow Government Cut, the sea, that beautiful light green that always denotes shallows, is always comparatively calm. There may be, and generally is, a more or less heavy swell, but the configuration of the coast is such that the land guards the sea from the effect of the wind sweeping down from northward. It was within 2 hours from the time the Grey Duck reached the open ocean that she was in trouble. Already the seas were too heavy for her. Either she would not answer her helm properly, which may well have been the case, seeing the trim she was in, or else there was on board no one who knew how to steer her. Weighted down by the bow as she was, she made heavy going of the head seas, but being driven forward by her 200 horsepower engine, she breasted huge breaking waves until her stern rose so high her propeller was then out of the water. The gasoline engine stopped, and lacking motive power and therefore steerage way, she fell off into the trough of the sea. This was the situation that confronted the Griffith voyagers as night fell on December 10th at the very beginning of their cruise. It needs no very vivid imagination to picture that night. All one needs is to realize that with a stiff northeaster blowing, the fact that the warm Gulf Stream, relentlessly moving northward, as it has been apparently since the world began, at a rate of about 5 to 6 miles an hour, that those narrow seas could be as rough and dangerous as any in the world. The low-lying white coral keys that dot the wondrous blue of the Spanish Main have often been likened to gravestones that mark the final resting place of thousands of tall seamen. The Grey Duck was out of sight of land long before darkness fell. Her compass course, when she could keep it, would have been somewhere about northeast by north, for she had to beware of those shoals to the north of the Berry Islands, many of which are unlighted and unmarked, and on which the keels of many a brave ship have ground to destruction. That was a night. When the overpowered engine worked, the Grey Duck would forge ahead. When the engine stopped, she fell off, perforce into the trough, or at times was even driven stern foremost, and in the meantime the waves had their will. There was scant room on the deck of this crank gasoline yacht, but there the men of the party hung on, Mr. Griffith, Mr. Lloyd, Mr. Manning, and the rest, with the ladies sheltered as best they might be below. They were landsmen all, remember, so in such a sea, such a craft, sickness was sure, and that alone in such crowded quarters is sufficient horror. So broke the dawn on Thursday, December 11th, a grey sea with mountainous waves, amidst which no other craft, sail or steam, could be described. By themselves unchecked, these waves break into a smother of white water with monotonous savagery. Their force seems redoubled when they meet even so slight resistance as a boat like the Grey Duck offers. All that day the waves dashed over the Grey Duck. The lifeboats shifted, the anchor on deck forward worked loose, all had to be relashed. To prepare any food was impossible, even if any on board had been well enough to eat. But what was worse, the fresh water was running low. By the afternoon of that day the prospect seemed gloomy enough. The boat wallowed in the face of the storm, going steadily ahead when her engine worked, at other times yawing about like a drunken man. The wise heads in the party decided that afternoon that water must be rationed. Each individual was put on an allowance of about 1 gill a day, and the water was given out at the stern so that the sight of one person drinking should not make the others more thirsty. About 4 o'clock that afternoon the voyagers saw their first land, one of the smaller keys to the eastward of the Hen and Chickens. It was a low-lying key over which now the waves were dashing. The course was changed to the southward a bit, and labouring still, but with the wind astern, the Grey Duck made better weather of it, and passed several slightly larger keys, none of them big enough to offer refuge. An hour later the island known as Whale Key hove in sight, and from the Grey Duck they could see that on its southern, the lee side, there was a tiny bay, partly sheltered from the waves. Into this they ran, though it was dangerous seamanship turning the boat in those waters and letting her come broadside to the waves. But they made it somehow, and running under the lee of the land, found their first rest since the voyage began. It was no light task getting the members of the party ashore, for where the vessel lay, though she was comparatively safe from going on the rocks, the waves still dashed over her. Here it was that Mr. Griffith insisted some effort be made to see how serviceable the 2 lifeboats might be, and some idea of what use they would have been may be had from the fact that it took half an hour to get the cover off one of them, and the boat itself unlashed. It was while at this task Captain Burton Mank fell overboard at the bow, but managed to scramble back to the stern. 2 other men were carried over the side by the force of the waves, but were hauled back by the others. So passed that night. The next day, Friday, December 12th, found the storm but little moderated. Sleep had been impossible for most of the passengers, and sickness and anxiety had pretty well worn them out. The men going ashore on Whale Key found the place inhabited by one Negro family, the members of which did what they could for the castaways. In abject poverty themselves, they were yet able to supply a small sack of flour, with which, and the aid of the Grey Duck's galley stove, Mr. and Mrs. Herbert Such were able to make some hot biscuits. The natives had yams also, and some native fruit, but what water there was brackish and impure, and did much to add to the physical suffering of the party. Still, it was good for all of them to get their feet on dry land once more. Like true castaways, the party separated, and found what comfort they could on the narrow quay. The men stuck close to the boat and did what they could to get the engine in fit running order. They pumped her dry and had a chance to get things ship-shape below. Mr. Griffith stayed on the deck all day, and all agreed that it was his calm imperturbability and matter-of-fact way of regarding the situation that gave them all heart and encouragement. With or without food and water, in calm or storm, engine running or refusing to run, D.W. Griffith remained unruffled, and it was quite quietly and without any fuss that he made what arrangements could be made for the safety and comfort of the ladies. Of the night passed under the lee of Whale Key, no one of the party had any keen recollection. By this time most of the unaccustomed and involuntary adventurers were exhausted. Some slept on board, some stuck to the land. The discomfort in either case was extreme. On the boat, the pounding surf and the nearness of the jagged rocks must have made positive danger seem very near. Ashore, the white ants, land crabs, and tropical mosquitoes gave scant chance for rest. So Saturday dawned. The wind had died down a bit, but still the waves ran high, but they determined to put to sea again. It was while they were getting ready for the start that high overhead through the rifting clouds they caught sight of first one aeroplane and then another. This made them realize for the first time that the prolongation of their voyage must have caused anxiety at home. They realized that perhaps those planes were searching for them, as indeed they were. But they had no way of signaling, and from the height at which the airplanes passed, the aviators could not see the tiny gray duck hidden in her little cove. They got under way that evening and started for New Providence. In the less heavy seas and in face of moderated winds, the gray duck and her engines behaved much better. It was not a pleasant night passage, but by comparison it was fine. And when the dawn rose, the tired watchers on deck saw on the port bow the tall white lighthouse that marked in the distance the entrance into Nassau Harbor. In an hour or two they were surrounded by the graceful schooners of the Bahama sponge fishing fleet, and some of the smiling jet-black sailors escorted them across the bar and into the placid, beautiful waters of the harbor. As the gray duck neared the shore, there where the sponge fishers lay at anchor, hard by the big market house to which the ebony natives bring their jungle produce, those on board saw gathered at the wharf practically the entire population of Nassau, held back by pompous but efficient black policemen, wearing the king's brilliant uniform with pride, were thousands of natives in a medley of strange costumes, while behind them, clad in pongee silk and spotless ducks, was the white population. And as the tired party landed there, helped to the shore by willing hands, it was the ringing cheer of welcome from the crowd that gave the first intimation to Mr. Griffith and his fellow sufferers how keen had been the anxiety about their fate. When I got to Nassau from Miami, Mr. Griffith was hard at work on his new picture. His company was busy, and are apparently quite happy under the wonderful tropic skies. That there had been anxiety over his fate and that of his fellow voyagers, Mr. Griffith knew, for the British Vice-Consul A. Hubbard, together with Miss Gertrude Southern, had flown over from Miami and had just left, bearing Mr. Griffith's assurances to his friends that all was well. From all parts of the United States, from England, and from friends in France, Mr. Griffith had received cablegrams of inquiry and congratulations. But even these had not prepared him to appreciate the worldwide anxiety that had been manifested as to his fate. I carried to Mr. Griffith the front pages of the New York newspapers of Saturday and Sunday, December 13th and 14th, with their big headlines making the fact he and his party were missing at sea the big news feature. Mr. Griffith glanced rapidly over the papers with their big type and graphic illustrations, and laid them on the table, saying, "All we went through, all our discomfort, is more than repaid by the thought that people cared so much." He was indeed deeply moved at the striking evidence of a nation's regard for his safety and that of the party, and he seemed particularly touched by the fact that the Secretary of the Navy had put all naval forces available at the work of rescue. When he read of Secretary Daniels' reply to the appeals made by the Honorable William Gibbs McAdoo, he turned at once to his secretary and said, "Get off this cable at once." This was the message he dictated. Quote, Nassau, New Providence, December 21st. To the Honorable William G. McAdoo. Will you kindly express many, many thanks to the Honorable Josephus Daniels, Secretary of the Navy, for the prompt and generous measures he took with airplanes and Navy vessels when he learned through you that my party of 37 persons were cast away among the Berry Islands. I cannot too strongly express my gratitude for your own kindly solicitude and efforts on our behalf, details of which I have just heard. Supplementing this too brief cable of thanks, letters of fuller appreciation are en route to the Secretary of the Navy and yourself. It was rather a distressing experience, attended by some peril, but all is well now. Sincerely, David Wark Griffith. End quote. When the cable was dispatched, I asked Mr. Griffith to tell me his recollections of the voyage. He went through the published accounts from the New York newspapers very carefully, and then said, quote, There seems to be little that I can add to the very full accounts of what happened to us, though I am sorry to see that perhaps the actual dangers we faced were a trifle exaggerated. The initial mistake we made was in trying to reach Nassau from Miami in a boat unfitted to cope with the heavy seas. With our party on board, the Grey Duck was overcrowded, but all went well until we reached the Gulf Stream, when we encountered a northeaster that kicked up a choppy sea with heavy pounding waves that a stauncher and more seaworthy boat than the Grey Duck would have had grave difficulty in riding. What danger we encountered was in trying to force the Grey Duck through the heavy seas. She pitched a lot and the engine stopped, leaving us at the mercy of the winds. This happened several times at the height of the storm. We were among the Berry Islands and laboring heavily. We ran by Great Stirrup Key, the Little Hebrides, and Bond Key, and on the edge of the northeast Providence Channel. We ran between Whale and Chub Keys, and finally came to under the lee of the latter. It was while we were here, trying to get food and water, that we saw the airplanes searching for us. But the sea was so rough with so much white water, it is no wonder they failed to locate us. The voyage from Miami to Nassau should have taken us no more than 10 hours. That was why we had only one carboy of water, and food enough for only one day. From Whale Key we succeeded in getting some brackish water to drink and a small sack of flour. This, with some fish we procured from natives, was all the food we had. It was when we tried to make headway against the waves that the Grey Duck was in the greatest danger. The boat was thrown on her beam ends, the waves broke clear over her, and 2 of the party on deck were washed overboard and dragged back to safety only after they had been half drowned. It was rather a bitter experience, especially so for the ladies of the party, but there were no heroics nor any occasion for heroics. Everyone bore up bravely and courageously under what looked to be a very nasty situation. We of course had no idea how serious our absence was regarded, though some inkling of it came to us when we reached Nassau and found that in the ancient church that records the deaths of hundreds of brave seamen in these treacherous seas, prayers had been devoutly offered for our safety. I have only the highest praise for the conduct of my associates and the brave way in which the ladies disregarded the discomfort and the danger." End quote. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of David Wark Griffith, A Brief Sketch of His Career, by Robert Edgar Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mary Schneider. Chapter 14, Mamaroneck and Home. On the island of New Providence, largest of the Bahama group, D.W. Griffith and his little band of players settled down to the work of picture making, grateful to their Creator for a deliverance that was to them a miracle. Here, beside the waters of glittering emeralds, reflecting the glories of the tropical sky, here, amid rude huts covered by palmetto leaves, in a thick jungle and along the shores of the Magic Isles, Griffith busied himself with the finishing touches to Black Beach, for the purpose of completing which he and his company had made their perilous journey. Black Beach finished, the Griffith party said their farewells to the native families and prepared for the trip home. As Griffith and his company were about to wave their final goodbyes, an old man came running down the beach. He had traveled 7 miles to give his blessing to the departing strangers. He thrust a bundle wrapped in jungle grass into Griffith's hands. "Take him," he said. "No can buy, I give him. No can sell, but so long you keep him, he be good to you. No danger hurt you, no enemy beat you. You very good fellow. Goodbye." He was gone, back into the jungle from which he came, but the little bundle remained with Griffith and always will remain, ever reminding him of that comforting "no danger hurt you." Upon examination it was found to contain an obeah head, symbol of Obeahism, the religion of certain of the natives of the Bahamas. It was severely and crudely carved from a wood not unlike mahogany, blackened by time, and with every evidence of long and faithful service in keeping away the evil spirits. When Griffith returned to New York on New Year's Day, 1920, he carried his Obeah head close to his heart. "No, it's not a superstition," he said. "It's a reminder, a memento of my greatest adventure." Griffith's return to New York had a deeper significance than a mere visit. He did not come hurriedly this time to put on a production and as hurriedly steal away to his California studios. He had come to New York to stay, and this fact, fully realized by his friends and associates, made his homecoming the more welcome. Nor was it to the scenes where but 7 years before he had labored that he came on New Year's Day. Instead, out at Orienta Point, Mamaroneck, on the magnificent estate of the late Henry M. Flagler, he entered his own sumptuous studio buildings, the most modern and complete that genius could devise. In the selection of Mamaroneck, one of the most beautiful towns in the North Shore of Long Island Sound, Griffith has chosen a location rich in historical associations. Back in 1661, September 23rd to be exact, John Richbell bought Mamaroneck from the Indians, and the compact was made on a spot overlooking the little waterfall where the fresh water meets the salt, this being the meaning of the Indian name Mamaroneck. George Washington visited Mamaroneck over 100 years after the John Richbell transaction, and there stood until recently the chimney of the little house on the old post road where the father of his country is reputed to have spent the night. Across the road from this site there is an eminence overlooking the Sound. It is called Heathcote Hill, and is now dotted abundantly with magnificent residences. In Revolutionary times this hill was the scene of a skirmish between American and British forces just before the Battle of White Plains. On the historic ground where D.W. Griffith's studio was located, and in the immediate neighborhood, James Fenimore Cooper won and wed his bride. Several of Cooper's famous novels, including The Spy, were written while he lived at Mamaroneck. He made some of his characters dig for Captain Kidd's treasure in the sands of Long Island Sound, where now the Griffith employees dig for clams, when not otherwise employed in the more artistic pursuit of motion picture production. The former country estate of Henry M. Flagler on Orienta Point comprises 30 acres. The residence, consisting of the original building and a right wing or annex, is being used by Griffith for his personal headquarters and for his company's executive offices, rehearsal rooms, scenario department, dressing rooms for players, costume department, developing, assembling, and cutting departments, and various other activities associated with picture making. The older Flagler residence was built in 1882 at a cost of $230,000. The new wing, built several years later at a cost of $80,000, gives the combined buildings a total of 47 rooms. Since the death of Mr. Flagler at Palm Beach, Florida in 1913, the old mansion has been occupied only twice, one summer season by Mrs. Pembroke Jones, and the following season by General Miller of Franklin, Pennsylvania. William Cohen, Mr. Flagler's caretaker for 29 years, still remains on the property, now as an employee of Mr. Griffith. The new Griffith studio buildings include the main structure, 85 by 174 feet, a projection room, 50 by 75 feet, a powerhouse, 50 by 50 feet, a developing room, 50 by 200 feet, carpenter shop, 40 by 80 feet, and a number of other buildings, including a laboratory, engine room, garage, outdoor stage, etc. Here, where the fresh water meets the salt, will be created many of the future Griffith productions, beginning with the 2 stories on which he was at work in the Florida and Bahama Islands to complete his contract with the First National Exhibitors Circuit. These will be followed by a series of special productions for United Artists, a corporation known in trade circles as the Big Four, whose membership is composed of Mary Pickford, Charles Chaplin, Douglas Fairbanks, and D.W. Griffith. And here too is found an institution of more far-reaching significance than might appear on the surface. Just as David Wark Griffith was one of the early pioneers who discovered and utilized Hollywood, California as a cinema field, so also has he become a pathfinder in the more effete East, and through his pathfinding has raised a question which is considerably interesting the real estate operators of Long Island. What effect this migration from the Pacific coast of America's foremost cinema genius will have on the productions of the future cannot be foretold, but that it will have a very great influence is at once apparent. Griffith often had been referred to as the most copied man in America, and this is not without considerable foundation, as all the things he created and used in the making of his pictures, the close-ups, the fade-away, the long shot, mist photography, etc., have been copied by others. It is reasonable to expect a certain amount of following the leader in the matter of journeying eastward to establish producing headquarters. While the presence in New York of Griffith very clearly indicates his decision to make a number of his future productions here, he undoubtedly will journey back to California from time to time, just as he will journey to Florida and Kentucky, or to Cuba and other places, for the purpose of securing certain scenes necessary or desirable for proper atmosphere. When asked for a statement as to his future activities, Griffith said, quote, "Los Angeles or any part of Southern California always will be a desirable location for making of cinema productions. The perpetual sunshine and delightful climate conditions render it ideal for this purpose. But any locality can be overused. By that I mean the constant use of the same streets and buildings, the same residential lawns and terraces, is bound to have a bad effect on productions. Motion picture audiences are very observing, and they are sure to become tired of seeing the same neighborhoods over and over again, regardless of what particular production they are witnessing. It has become an established fact that even little children attending a moving picture entertainment can tell quite accurately where certain scenes are photographed, so accustomed have they become to seeing the same house, the same street, the same lawn, and even the same old streetcars and motor trucks. Consequently, it is but reasonable to expect a change of scene eventually, and this can be brought about only by selecting new territory for the taking of exterior scenes. As it would take the entire area of the world to furnish enough new locations for the quantity of pictures being turned out today, it is but logical to seek a change from time to time to give variety and newness to productions. However, I am glad to say this for California. Never have I found any place more delightfully ideal than the Golden State, not alone as a territory for motion picture production, but as a place to live and to enjoy life. The people of California are real people. They live close to the soil and are genuine human beings. There is no bluff or sham in California. Things are not on the surface there. They are beneath the skin and nearest the heart. Wherever my labors may take me, no matter how far afield, I shall enjoy a realization of homecoming on returning to California. As for my selection of Mamaroneck, New York, as a site, for the present at least, it was done both for its charming environment as well as the unusual advantages it affords in its transportation facilities. Its splendid waterfront, its fine inland scenery, beautiful residential sections, excellent roads, invigorating climate, all recommend it for motion pictures. Its nearness to New York City also gives it a particular value, since every section of the metropolis and its environs can be reached easily and without discomfort. I will return to California, not once but many times, but I expect to make New York a permanent headquarters." End quote. And New York welcomes David Wark Griffith with all the warmth and appreciation his fine achievements deserve. End of chapter 14. End of David Wark Griffith, a brief sketch of his career.